because even though he only slightly pressured the mid lane, the fact that he went to the safe lane now and picked off the Slaughter, who's trying
the top lane, but purges off you some wounds, and it looks like U9 just going to push him off the lane a bit and try and get some extra You're Newbee, you're breeding like, okay, they're not doing any plays here, we just killed Drought, but you're smoked as 4. And they almost got there in time to find Slather or Lifestealer, but it would have been a bit awkward with the high ground advantage on Newbee's side, but you're Newbee, you're breeding like, okay, they're not doing any plays here, we just killed Drought, but you're smoked as 4. And they almost got there in time to find Slather or Lifestealer, but it would have been a bit awkward with the high ground advantage on Newbee's side, but you're Newbee, you're breeding like, okay, they're not doing any plays here, we just killed Drought, but you're smoked as 4. And they almost got there. This is a really Slather or Lifestealer, but it would have been a bit awkward with the high ground advantage on Newbee's side, but you're Newbee, you're breeding like, okay, they're not doing any plays here, we just killed Drought, but you're smoked as 4. Just playing the farming efficiency. Almost got there. Still waiting for Roshan. Really Slather or Lifestealer, but it would have been a bit awkward with the high ground advantage on Newbee's side, but you're Newbee, you're breeding like, okay, they're not doing any plays here, we just killed Drought, but you're smoked as 4. Just playing the farming efficiency. Almost got there. Still waiting for Roshan. Really Slather or Lifestealer, but it would have been a bit awkward with the high ground advantage on Newbee's side, but you're breeding like, okay, they're not doing any plays here, we just killed Drought, but you're
I don't know if we have that a bit, but
Welcome back to ESL 1 Genting 2017. Are we just a game away from finding out our second grand finalists? Or can Wings make the step back up they need to get back into this series? It's 1-0 to Newbee if you're just joining us. Welcome back to the Arena of Stars and welcome back to the NVIDIA Experts Desk with Capitalist, Malini and Jack. Welcome back to all three of you. We'll head into the draft momentarily. Jack, what are you expecting Game 2? Wings going to mix things up, do you think? Do they have to?
We talked about this just now. Maybe the laning is a little bit less greedy for them, and maybe they're more willing to run that kind of stronger dual lane, even things out a little bit. And you guys were talking about actually Dire Radiant. I just took a look through that, and I think Newbee has played Dire in something like 14 straight matches, dating back basically to the beginning of the patch.
And what do they know that we don't then? What do they know that other teams don't, who seem to be prioritizing Radiant?
Yeah, is it because they
tastes better?
Is it because they win the coin toss and they choose first pick, or are they actually choosing Dire, or?
It's got to be a mix of both if it's that many.
Yeah, like if it's that many, I'm kind of blown away by that.
But then they, again, just because of how much they've played on this patch, they might very well have figured out something. And I think they've picked up a lot from the other teams they've played against. Initially in China topped the first tournament after the patch. They played against EG and DC. And I feel like the Queen of Pain might have been something they took from EG, that emphasis on mobility. You just see these little adjustments in their drafts and picks that, you know, they're picking up things from everybody, just exposure to Dota all over.
Yeah, and at the same time, remaining stable amongst that as well, whereas some of the other teams seem to have been experimenting a little bit here and there, Ben, and maybe aren't as consistent with them because maybe, I don't know, maybe they're not so strong on the heroes they have to pick, or maybe it's a different style of playing. I mean, Wings, again, we mentioned the style of playing that first game, and it didn't suit them at all.
Yeah, regardless, I think they kind of look on tilt, at least just from looking. At them.
Yeah, and body language says a lot in this game, doesn't it? After the game as well, you sort of saw Newbee, they were quite relaxed, quite chill. You looked over at Wings, like almost
We
desperate.
flipping lost.
Yeah.
That's that look. I know that look.
It was. If Jacob was here, he would know that look.
Everyone knows that look.
Cap knows that look. He's been on a bad run.
I don't know. Everyone who plays Dota knows.
Everyone knows that look. Ben knew that look all the way back on BFB.
Yeah. We lose a lot. Everyone loses a lot. It's okay.
Yeah. So how do they bounce back, Ben? What sort of draft do you expect?
We talked about it's more self-sufficient hero for Shadow, or maybe something even just weird for Shadow. Shadow's that kind of guy that's just like, okay, he played Necrophos back when it was weird. He plays safe lane Void when no one really did it. He does all these like strange things. They don't have to give him a cookie cutter.
What a surprise for a later on as well.
What do the Chinese think of Slacks?
Well, you saw the Miller interview with Photoshop and making Earthbird. I mean, they like him. He's a very entertaining.
What a surprise for a later on as well.
What do the Chinese think of Slacks?
Well, you saw the Miller interview with Photoshop and making Earthbird. I mean, they like him. He's a very entertaining.
What a surprise for a later on as well.
What do the Chinese think of Slacks?
Well, you saw the Miller interview with
You guys are
they like him.
trash.
He's a very entertaining.
What do the Chinese think of Slacks?
Well, you saw the
You guys are
they like him.
trash.
He's a very entertaining.
What do the Chinese think of Slacks?
Well, you saw the
You guys are trash.
very
What do the Chinese think of Slacks?
That you get that early tower. That you get that early tower. Rider, like. That you get that early tower.
We talked about might be a pretty good pick even with Juggernaut. I think is decent against Luna. Yeah.
Puts them off a little bit for these first two picks. Trying to pick up a combo. Okay.
That you get that early tower.
lot of options could go back to that.
We talked about might be a pretty good pick, even Juggernaut. I think it's decent against Luna. Yeah.
Puts them off a little bit for these first two picks. Trying to pick up a combo.
Yeah, you don't. Okay.
He's a better early tower. Makes more sense.
A lot of options could go back to that.
We talked about might be a pretty good pick, even Juggernaut. I think it's decent against Luna. Yeah.
Puts them off a little bit for these first two picks. Trying to pick up a combo. Yeah, you don't. Okay.
He's a better early tower. Makes more sense.
A lot of options could go back to that.
We talked about might be a pretty good pick, even Juggernaut. I think it's decent against Luna. Yeah.
Puts them off a little bit for these first two picks. Trying to pick up a combo. Yeah, you don't. Okay.
He's a better early tower. Makes more sense.
A lot of options could go back to that.
We talked about might be a pretty good pick, even Juggernaut. I think it's decent against Luna. Yeah.
Puts them off a little bit for these first two picks. Trying to pick up a combo.
I always like Rubik.
Yeah, you don't. Okay.
He's a better early tower. Makes more
A
sense.
lot of options could go back to that.
Juggernaut. I think it's decent against Luna.
Puts them off a little bit for these first two picks.
So, which you definitely need if you want to lock down a Weaver.
Yeah, he's got 2 instant cast spells, right? He's
So, which you definitely need if you want to lock down a Weaver.
Yeah, he's got 2 instant cast spells, right?
So, which you definitely need if you want to lock
okay
down.
controlling hero versus Weaver as well, because you catch Weaver in the AoE. He's like the Weaver as well, and then obviously there's a drum range, right? So there's some value there as well.
I wouldn't mind it. I think the Wyvern's also good. They can get the second phase though.
Yeah, I think it's more of a 3-4 though, sure. But the Weaver as well. It could be a 3-4.
That's half the reserve time.
Right? So
Yeah, this is
Zan's
big time early on, isn't it?
interesting for them. They've seen Newbee has added a lot of, for example, Witch Doctor and Queen of Pain to this.
There it is.
nice call.
Additionally, for the Weaver, for Newbee, in terms of pressuring, like, this is a hero that we've seen in China recently run in as part of duo offlanes quite a bit, and like people will skill like the bugs now instead of anything else, and when you put that on them and you start to really just carve people up and have that back and forth, like he's a strong laner, a deceptively strong laner for the most part, in terms of being active in the fight, like, especially if he's paired with a complete partner.
It's gonna be particularly annoying when Wings, if they try and use a central ultimate to engage, right? It just throws up a swarm, and you're so focused on like actually closing the distance and everything, you're not gonna take the time to kill those bugs that are on you, so they're just naturally gonna build up minus armor. Gap closers, general team fighters, lifestealers gonna be the first. Build up, especially with Centaur. Gap closers, general team fighters, lifestealers gonna be the first. Build up, especially with Centaur. Gap closers.
Stark a lot versus these two heroes. I think Stark deals with both of them quite well, and he's okay at like tanking them as well.
Interesting. Bounty removed.
I feel like the Slark suffers
Stark a lot
against the
versus
fact
these
that
two
Ranger
heroes.
lineups are usually
I think
live
Stark
manning as soon as you
deals with
shadow
both of
play.
them quite
You're
well,
like, aha, he's got my shadow blade.
he's okay at like
the cops can take
tanking them as well.
Interesting. Bounty removed. And we're going to see
I feel like
a jump second phase man.
Slark suffers
Stark a lot
against the
versus
fact
these
that
two
Ranger
heroes.
lineups are usually
I think
live
Stark
manning as soon as you
deals with
shadow
both of them
play.
quite
You're
well,
like, aha, he's got my shadow blade.
he's okay at like
the cops can take
them as well.
Interesting. Bounty removed. And we're going to see
I feel like
a jump second phase man.
Slark suffers
Stark a lot
against the
versus
fact
these
that
two
Ranger
heroes.
lineups are usually
I think
live
Stark
manning as soon as you
deals with
shadow
both of them
play.
quite
You're
well,
like, aha, he's got my shadow blade.
he's okay at like
the cops can take
them as well.
Interesting. Bounty removed. And we're going to
I
see
feel like
a jump second phase man.
Slark suffers
Stark a lot
against the
versus
fact
these
that
two
Ranger
heroes.
lineups are usually
I think
live
Stark
manning as soon as you
deals with
shadow
both of them
play.
quite
You're
well,
like, aha, he's got my shadow blade.
he's okay at like
the cops can take
them as well.
Interesting. Bounty removed. And we're going to
I
see
feel like
a jump second phase man.
Slark suffers
Stark a lot
against the
versus
fact
these
that
two
Ranger
heroes.
lineups are usually
I think
live
Stark
manning as soon as you
deals with
shadow
both of them
play.
quite
You're
well,
like, aha, he's got my shadow blade.
he's okay at like
the cops can take
them as well.
Interesting. Bounty removed. And we're going to
I
see
feel like
a jump second phase man.
Slark suffers against the fact that Ranger lineups are usually live manning as soon as you shadow play. You're like, aha, he's got my
Slug suffers the fact that lineups usually
Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Points as to why it hadn't. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Points as to why it hadn't. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Points as to why it hadn't. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Points as to why it hadn't. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Points as to why it hadn't. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Points as to why it hadn't. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began. We wondered why it hadn't been picked up. We told you Shadow played it, and guess what? Necro, welcome to the tournament. Points as to why it hadn't. Okay, well we discussed this just before the draft began.
And then time lapse. But we were X though.
for them to pick up.
Yeah, they would have had such.
This would have been great, wouldn't it?
But I don't know. I feel like he's gonna run one of these weird hero support, like Morph or something.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it
Sounds
does.
different.
Yeah, it's got to be like Necro Mid, safely more. Necro Mid, there's been some players experimenting with it in the higher levels. I've seen some like.
I mean,
like
if they play that mid though, that's a bit of a roll of the dice in this game, isn't it?
It's hard to
10
see us in the
seconds
beginning.
remaining.
I mean,
He's a harder hero to get.
1-0 up in the series.
Remaining.
Okay, let's take some risk. 1-0 down.
That's wings.
Yeah,
Then
I have no idea.
actually, their playstyle is if they get behind, it doesn't really matter because they're still going to play the same way. I think
Remaining.
No, you're
that,
true. Yeah.
that also applies to series strategy.
5
seconds.
remaining.
Rubik, Alk.
With 30 seconds reserve time, of course.
Mirana.
But lots
That
of thoughts. Mirana's a bit more sensible, but that's an odd
support.
Who knows? What is that now?
I don't even know.
Let's give up on analyzing, guys. We're
So,
bad at it anyway.
SCCC's hero.
any ideas, Jack, on where those heroes play?
Well, this is part of the draft philosophy, right? There's a lot of
10
versatility
Yeah.
in their core pickups, and so I mean, they could very well just be waiting to see this newbie last pick before they
5
actually
seconds
Decide where they're going to
remaining.
play? Yeah. What are we looking for, gents?
Puck's okay, but you already have the clockwork, so
I don't think he scales well enough.
Yeah.
Or Newbee's liking.
the problem is that like clockwork is not a scaling offlaner, and you would have a not a scaling mid.
Invoker maybe?
probably just maybe an OD or something.
Yeah, OD's generally pretty solid.
OD is super strong versus Necrophos and the idea
Templar
of Centaur
Assassin.
and Morphling as well.
Ooh. But
Yeah.
instead, the TA is back. And our draft is complete. Newbee versus Wings Gaming. Game number 2 is about to get underway. What a very interesting draft indeed. Let's find out what our commentary team made of that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time now for game number 2 of Newbee and Wings Gaming, and heard Wings have pulled out something different.
Yeah, they really did. I thought it was a little straightforward by the time the Morphling came up, but the Mirana as well is now. I feel like they have too many cores right now.
who will be the supports, who will be the mid. I mean, it's really one clear thing is which stock is probably a support. Everything else is kind of up in the air. Newbee though, more standard. They're going to try their hands at the Drow strat. Do you think this is a good kind of Drow for them to execute with the Drow?
It's than what Wings is doing. Can they shut down the Drow Ranger like Newbee was able to shut down their Drow Ranger in the first game? So I think Central Tri-Lane is definitely a possibility here. I think Morphling is potentially a very good Tri-Lane hero if you can give him a little bit of space, but against Ogre and Weaver it might be tough, so maybe they'll just go standard lane.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the starting items. Faith Biani's got a Iron Talon level 1, so it looks like he has ideas of going straight into the jungle. Will be spotted by Kaka's ward though when he's using some of those camps nearby his off lane, so nice little smoke rotation early on from Newbee to get down some of those wards. Nothing else too surprising. We see the Blightstone on Kaka's Weaver. He's going to be getting aggressive, probably contesting the off lane. Nice ice on the support Mirana with the extra movement speed. Drops a ward in plain sight. That's
they're going to get that one.
Ward, yeah.
So I think the big question is, can they weather the storm against a Drow Ranger that's not going to get contested? Because with Centaur grabbing the Iron Talon, he's not really going to be in lane that much. But he may be there eventually, get level 2, level 3, then rotate some heroes in. There's some potential there, but at the least Drow's going to get a fast level 6, and he's going to get free farm.
Yep. So we'll see the priority more towards getting Shadow farm down bottom. He's actually got a TP level 1. See, is this just maybe to rotate lanes if there's an aggro tri-lane coming his way, or what do you think?
It's a possibility, or even we've seen some teams do some really early lane rotations, like get a couple levels and then instantly go to the off lane, and then just tri-lane the off lane against the Drow. I think that's really effective against Drow, especially pre-6. Like Morphling's 4, for example, he has way more impact in a tri-lane than a Drow Ranger does. If he just shifts top really fast, and then maybe put Centaur bottom at some point, I think that could be an effective style.
He's actually going to take a selfless approach and not even take the bounty room, but yeah, looking at some of these lanes, it will be the off-lane tri-lane again from Newbee. Not just the Weaver down bottom, the Ogre as well.
And the best part about this is they don't even have to stay very long. Ogre and Weaver can easily rotate out and go somewhere else. So if they can give themselves a really good start here, it would be huge for Clockwork.
On paper, if you're Wings, you've really got to try and take advantage of the fact Drow's solo and not let Drow just get farm and XP up here, right?
Yeah, and that's why Faithion's in the lane. He's got to do his best to contest.
Immediately, Shadow is already low. He's just got the off strength. Can he actually get back up healthy enough? It looks like he is going to go down. The battery assault from KP finds the kill, and well,
I mean, he bought the TP scroll, but I don't think he was expecting the full tri-lane. At least not the Clockwork as well. And when you morph that heavily, you get like 380 HP. He's very agimorph. It takes forever to turn that into strength with level 1 morph. So, pretty straightforward kill, really.
Yeah, nothing much to it, and Newbee have got complete control of this bottom lane. It feels like Shadow will TP back to the bottom lane, so it seems like even though he sees this aggro lane, he's not thrown off by it. And Faith actually immediately TP top, decided like, okay, we've got that first blood, we've set this bottom lane up to succeed by getting the first blood, now I can secure my Drow some additional farm and some better lanes.
I'm kind of curious to see how the Necro is doing. He's doing really well right now, just constantly right-clicking SC. Heartstopper Aurora as well, cutting right through Reflection.
Right, nice, you don't have to worry about getting, you can get more points in the Heartstopper Aurora if you want, because you get the old Sadist built into the Death Pulse, giving you the HP and mana regen.
And just with one Ghost Rush, you can instantly just be able to stop any damage on the TA.
Nice arrow will land, and that will give Necrophos. Has he got no points in the Ghost Shroud for the slow just yet, and SCC will back himself up a little bit, but he is having a rough time as far as the harass in this lane goes. But another salve on the way.
It's slightly surprising. I mean, there's obviously Drow Aura, but I mean, how are you supposed to deal with the sustain? When you get the last hit, he's getting 7 to 20 HP, so easier to press, better range, just a lot of advantages.
Let's look at some of these other lanes. TA going to be able to get all too much out of the lane. Probably looking for a Sanctuary up if needed, but for now going to go for the south and turn himself back to this middle lane where he's beaten on CS pretty badly so far. A lot of room for that to be solved, and for a TA you can always farm the jungle, farm the Ancients better than any other hero as far as the early stages of the game go. And
with that said, though, Necro's able to work very easily here. So I feel like he's going to be able to get a lot of advantage out of being in this mid lane, and with the bottle, you can pop Ghost Shroud and get better value from the bottle regen if you really need it. So in some crucial moments, we could easily see Necro just get an easy kill.
Yep. Yeah, and if TA is going to you pop the Ghost Shroud, and with the Ghost Swarm, you're not taking any damage as well, so...
Hard situation for TA to be in. I'm sure he thought he'd have a better time than this, and there hasn't even been that much arrow pressure, really.
It's also another thing where, if Blink's been playing some Necrophos, I doubt SCC has been playing the TA against Necrophos all too much because of the new changes. It's probably just not a hero he's really versing, so it's going to be a completely new matchup that he just isn't really acclimatized to.
Weaver's doing pretty well in his lane, though. Picks up level 3 here. Clockwork with 2 points of battery, so here. He can easily waveform out, unless he keeps doing that power cog push.
Just trying to burn his mana for now. Still no magic wand just yet on Shadow, but he will get the lane pushed up enough to get to the shop, so we'll pick up some boots. Oh no, picks up the Ring of Health actually. Had the boots and the stick queued, but went a different direction.
I think it's a good choice. I mean, as long as he has a bit of mana, he doesn't have to worry about the clock too much, so this should cover, make his tangles go longer, allow him to harass the clockwork more often.
Nice. Pulls out a leap in the Sanctuary. Will keep him alive. Does mean that the Sanctuary is being used perhaps on a night in time with the Necrophos rotating in next to kill the Weaver. And it's a nice little kill. You can see that mana regen. Necrophos up to full mana after getting the kill.
Who needs Bottle Crow?
Yeah.
He's good.
He got like 300 mana for that kill thanks to the mana regen that he got from the hero kill.
That's pretty huge. And back to the mid lane to again mess with the TA, who's basically just jungling now. She knows what her fate is.
Yeah, you can jungle, you can kill the ancient camp there. He's been using that Sanctuary as well as nearby. And we another bit of aggression and the rotation of Eyesight to Piranha. So we'll see a kill out onto KP's annoying Clockwork down bottom.
That's kind of interesting skill build too from Eyesight's going for 2 and arrow. I guess he knows that he doesn't have that much mana. This arrow could be huge.
Slightly misjudges it as Taka avoid getting picked off in the bottom lane.
If Morphling keeps being in some of these kills, then the game gets kind of out of control because Morphling is a lot harder to kill than heroes like Drow Ranger, and he's got great gap close, so there's so many good things that Morphling can do at the beginning stage.
I don't think that this is a great Morphling game because you're versing mostly physical damage, something Morphling isn't too worried about because of his high armor, not to mention there isn't really all that much lockdown to really deal with.
It's basically all physical damage and silences, and that really won't work very well. But they've got to get a little bit more successful with the pressure here, but I don't think they really have that opportunity for a bit. The heroes they have that need to kill him would maybe be like TA plus Drow or something, but it's definitely not the best mix. It worked okay the first level or so, but now it's not a good spot to be in.
Seems like they've got different ideas about the offlane now. Newbee no longer truly pressuring it. KP's just down there trying to get some XP by himself. Probably eyeing off getting a fast level 6 so he makes the moves.
They can rotate top. There's a haste pickup for Necro. TA's not getting any easy things this game. No room there. Haste rune to his opponent, and he's got phase boots hitting really hard.
Just gonna walk back into this mid lane, throw out some death pulse for this harasser to push this lane as much as possible. SCC needs to be a little bit careful here with this haste rune. Of course, maybe thinking about some aggression. Be surprised to see a solo kill, but again, it's one of those things where this may just catch people by surprise.
It's so easy for him to rotate to other lanes too. He can easily just TP these two.
He's in trouble here, the Maledict on him. There's no mana for a waveform though. This will be kept reviving himself back up, so he has managed to stay in this lane. To just about hit his level 6 with this creep wave. This is going to be close for him, but not quite there.
And in the meantime, Faith Beyond is level 6, so his jungling's been pretty effective. The levels are the most important thing.
He's being rotated on now. May need a stampede. Yeah, this one with the silence. Oh, look, hit by the storm. The very edge of it was just enough, and the Necrophos TP in.
I think he could have did that maybe.
With onto the Weaver, get like another death pulse off.
Or another right click. I mean, he's hitting really hard right now. Weaver doesn't have that much HP. And in some cases, a bit of a mistake there by Blink. Use death pulse slightly away from the centaur as centaur retreated. Need to use it like right on top of him. Might have been able to save him. Especially if you use Ghost Shroud, I actually think he could have kept him alive there. But either way, first rotation, haste is wasted, but at least he can maybe contest Drow's farm a bit.
Prevents them from doing any damage to the tier 1. Often you see a kill like that and suddenly the tier 1's getting chipped away and even brought down, so his presence in this top lane, not all too bad as he'll push out the lane and then probably, yeah, it looks like he's going to be returning back mid. Rakaka set up, so rotate the TA into the jungle a bit and have one of the supports take over the mid lane, at least for now. Kaka will go and secure himself the top arcane rune, and TA will head into the Ancients, which has been double stacked up for now.
I'm just not seeing a lot of advantages from the hero synergy out of Newbee. It looks so good for the first minute. They've got Draw Aura, but I mean, if the team has that much trouble mid, yeah, you're going to have things like Bloodlust at some point to enhance your hero, but you're not even at this point. You're already a little bit behind.
Talked about ways to gank the Morphling, and we mentioned the Gust having a silence. It's a smoke down bottom from Ogre and Drow.
This is going to be hard either way, though. They don't have a lot of burst damage. It's pretty much all battery salt and Drow right clicks.
Hoping that with a hook shot that may be enough as a Radiant Scan tries to protect them from the rotation through the river.
Alright, they're going in.
And they get the gun all the time. It's not morphing straight, and there may be enough damage to the right click from Drow. They bring down Morphling before he can start morphing.
Really well done. So two big
Eyes down underneath his tower, looking to get chased down as well, and that's going to be a second kill. Meanwhile, on the back line, it's going to be Naka. Unable to chase down Y. The Stampede comes out now. I guess he was on cooldown when they initially went in.
Yeah, I don't even think it would have mattered. He had cogs up.
Yeah.
Stun Morphling. It was a great execution there. And I love the early draw rotation because almost never do we see this hero actually get kills, but they're going to try to defend it.
Yeah, they're teaming a lot of heroes. They'll get the tower before they see for it. They're going to lose the Weaver with the Reaper's Scythe coming into play as well. Aggressive wavefall from Shadow, but recognizing that he can't really chase it. Defensive Cogs could easily have blocked the path if it was needed as well.
Okay, so they do lose their safe lane a bit. This is kind of big for Morphling. He's got some items, but with that death and now losing his tier 1 tower means those ganks will be even easier in the future.
Even a Radiant Courier going down meant even a bit of extra cash going the way of Newbee, who you kind of talked about the TA not doing a great time in mid, the offlane not working as well as it did last time, but this is still a drought lineup. You don't really start pushing towers until this like 10 to 20 minute stage. Do you feel like Wings are going to be able to defend their objectives, like the 10 issues?
I mean, they sort of can, just very Blink Dagger reliant, I think, for Centaur, because he's one of the big playmakers that will be doing things right now. That are arrows because they don't have the best initiation heroes, so they've got to be a little passive for a bit here, or at least try to react perfectly to the aggression that comes out of Newbee.
You see an early 4-star pick up from Blink's Necrophos, looking to be able to deal with the Clockwork initiation.
It's a great choice. Have you played the new Necro yet?
I have not, no.
Okay. I mean, it definitely looks fantastic. It's maxed out Heartstopper second, going for the plus 40 damage skill.
Yep.
Pretty good.
I would have expected the Veil. The Veil seems to be the go-to for these magic damage. The Stampede coming out, Faithian knows he's in trouble. Will hit the stomp onto Weaver. The Swarm damage doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Faithian. But the Stampede on cooldown though.
Yeah, it's like the second time they've used it in both defensive. I'm sure Necro would love to use that to get close. I think the Force is just pretty needed though.
Oh, I agree. I just like the Veil to be the armor against all the physical damage would be really nice this game as well.
Yeah, definitely good.
But he's queued up a mech as his next item, so that's kind of another item which is useful for your team and it gives you some good armor.
I think it's the better solution. Reliability is more important than that.
TP, the Clockwork's gonna swarm damage, helping them chase even further as I think, yeah, Fate decides up. This must be so nice playing these like 5% supports where you can just run in, take tower shots, and
It's the Ogre match I like.
Newbee overwhelmed Wings there.
They're chasing a bit, but very unlikely they'll be able to get a catch. So I kind of liked what they did with the aggressive TP, but I mean with that he's again dying, and that's definitely gold coming out of his Blink Dagger purchase. So, and the arrow hit somebody that had refraction on, so didn't even do that much damage.
I mean, do you think that Wings are over-prioritizing trying to defend these objectives? Should they just be trying to get their Morphling a bit more time? Because they're trying to fight with him right now.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is that usually what happens is you lose your tower and you're like, hey, we should have defended that, and then the next tower you're like, hey, let's defend this one, but really you should have defended the first tower. So that's very crucial because now it's a 2-tower advantage. That's extra gold going towards Newbee, so they've got to start getting some kills.
The big thing for Newbee when they push those houses, they had such great vision. In fact, the wards over on that Radiant side can scout out this smoke. KT will break the smoke, but immediately Cogs. He knew exactly what was coming his way thanks to an Observer which just expired over by the Radiant Ancients, and well, the Moonlight Shadow will be popped, but that's not going to amount to all too much.
Bright Side Center is very close to his Blink Dagger. Gotta be careful about a hook shot.
It's not much follow-up other than the Ogre who's there, but KP with the Blade Mail has one of
aggressive potential here.
Yeah. They could have gotten that kill, I think, but there would have been response TPs.
For a wise position, the Radiant Wings Witch Doctor is enemy jungler.
I've been jungling many times this game, actually. I mean, they don't feel very comfortable setting up ganks. They don't really have the heroes for it in some ways. Like, Witch Doctor has 6 now at least, and that's one reason he's been jungling, because they need somebody that can get somebody below half HP, that way the Necro can actually get a kill. They don't have that burst damage just yet, at least until the Blink on the Sentinel or the Witch Doctor. So I think we're going to look for a kill here.
The Blink coming up in just a second. Fabian's still a little bit short even with that jungle camp.
All they need is a stun on a Weaver before he goes invis, and they got this.
Got it. Without the Blink Dagger on Fabian, that is easier said than done.
He could just ulti this as he approaches. They'll have to ulti with Necro. This is the
Baiting. Wants the kill. Now the headpiece being used. Kaka may have the time left out of this one. Looks like he'll be okay with the Shikuchi. Reaper's not able to get him, and Kaka's out of there. Elsewhere, it's SKC. Mirana and the TP tower. Disaster for Wings here in game number 2.
They're just being completely outmaneuvered. I mean, all their gank attempts are good in theory, but very difficult to execute. Without a dust there, that made it so hard.
That was the let's try and out-mind game them by baiting our center on a creep wave. Like they were ready for the Weaver, but even with the right idea, they couldn't execute it.
There's an invis TA here. Let's see if he's able to snipe the courier. They will deliver the blink at least.
Wants to go for the kill perhaps, knowing that Fabian was a little bit low.
Almost fully.
Oh, there's sentries here. He's going to walk into one.
Oh, this will be huge.
They know he's here now.
They're out of detection. They use both pairs to try to kill the Weaver. He's too bad for them, really.
Hoping SCC walks back in. They'll scan him, but kind of mentioned sentries not there. The dust was on ice, but without the arrows landing, he's not going to be able to find the kill.
A very tough position for them to be in. And Mirana still only has 2 points as well, so... Oh!
Allies disappear.
I don't know if they know.
There's the dust. Kaka can turn it off if he wants. He's going to go for it. Went to the outrun lane. They'll get the kill. They really need to keep the tower. I feel hold this one up with X6 shadow in, so Newbee could be ready to take on the brush instead.
I mean, it's okay. At least the Reaper side will give a respawn to the Weaver, but it's not exactly the most important member of their team.
It's down bottom now. The TP is going to come in. The arrow scouts the TP, but doesn't actually land. And now they're going to hookshot it. They can the Cogs to blame up with KP, helping control the fight. As Necroforce can't retreat, the Cogs are blocking him. He's going to run in. He's putting them down with the Ghost Form, and the damage just isn't there from Wings. Going to start getting brought down by the team who's still been named. SCC doesn't care how long he's got the refraction as well. And Wings just trying to get out of here, but SCC finds through. Barely escaping his Blink. Not escaping his eye on the Witch Doctor as KP will help keep him in place, and U9 will finish off the kill.
It looked pretty good there for Wings, but not quite good enough. And looking at Blink here, he had 3,000 gold as he gets back to the base. Imagine if he had a mech in that fight. Everything could change. But he hadn't been back to base yet. He didn't have to. He keeps getting kills. Fills up his mana. No time for the courier to fly out. Very close fight there, but it ended up being completely one-sided in Newbee's favor.
Not a single kill, not even breaking the age of SCC means that Newbee can keep playing on the aggressive. They can look to take some of these tier 2 towers, and the physical damage between the Drow and the TA is easily enough to be able to easily bring some of those down.
The mech could make a big difference, so extra armor for their allies.
With the Silent Centaur, they bring him down, but Stampede wasn't available and wasn't going to be able to get used as well. Y is going to be the second casualty of war as SCC finds an easy pick, and Wings thought they had an opening there to go aggressive with a smoke, catch Newbee by surprise, but the illusion
just completely outplayed there with the illusion. But sometimes you don't have time to think, you just go for what you can see, and it's a little surprising they didn't. I guess they have wards down. They may have seen the illusion get grabbed, so possibly just a small issue by Fabian there. It ended up being a big issue. They have to get good initiations.
Sorry, we got many items like that in the also try and fight with him. Mirana brought down with a quick meld. 1-2 punch as SCC now in a position to take this tier 2 tower. Shadow, you can't defend this. Go for farm.
to nothing in the way of items. He gets silenced up, he is morphing through much better damage. He gets the high ground, Genting used to cover their retreat, but again, it's Newbee just overrunning Wings. It does seem like they're unable to kill anyone in these fights.
Yeah, not enough damage in response. The Morphling still doesn't have an item picked up. I mean, we're 18 minutes and he should have a Linken's if it's a standard Morphling game. Hasn't been standard, but again, they're going to try to take a fight. No Stampede here. They've got to get somebody low, get the Necro ulti off, keep him alive barely, and keep casting Death Pulse.
This is such a desperate play from Wings. They're smoked up, they go with the Blink Crush. It's the TA though, he does have the
Oh,
the arrow will land, and that's one kill. Is there a second kill opportunity? They're going to it looks like they do want to go in. They don't get the TA before the Blink, and Newbee, they reset, they reposition. The crowd bouncing between Newbee, the Blink in reminds me of Newbee in the animation with the flash. The Reaper's brings down the drought, Rangers doesn't negate a lot of the damage here. And DC in the front line, takes out the Sentinel, looks for a second. He's got problems, he's getting down to half HP, turns around, trying to fight Channel, but he's not going to win this battle. And he's forced to retreat, and Newbee are being pushed back. They killed 3 along the way though, and just Morphling on full strength, can't really find too many more kills. It's the power of the Necrophos who's repelling Newbee there, and even though they seem to have an okay fight and defend their T2 tower, they don't really gain.
I still think it was a great engagement though. You really saw the difference. Once Drow was dead, it didn't become this one-sided engagement.
Yeah.
And that's going to finally give Morphling a bit of time to finish an item. I don't know if Linken's is really the item he needs, considering that it's going to stop, what, Ignite, Fire Blast.
Would you say there's like, it doesn't feel like there's an item he needs, it feels like there's several items he needs.
That's kind of true, yeah. But maybe there's a better pickup here. I'm not sure if Linken's was the item, but he's committed now, and hey, it's a pretty good stat item. But I did see a lot of value there in Blink's play from the Necro. He got a lot out of that fight. I kind of feel like he should have maxed Ghost Shroud second this game though.
Heartstopper
against a TA and a Drow and a Weaver. Get your duration up, the extra movement speed slope. I mean, it's huge AoE movement speed slope, over 36%. And these guys all have low HP anyway, so Heartstopper's maybe not even the best.
Okay.
He does damage.
He's going for more as well. He blinks in aggressively. He's juked the hoof stomp, and SCC with DD and Haste will get caught by a cast now. That'll finally slow him in his tracks. As well as the Drow and the Ogre. It looks like he just, Drow picks up some extra cash. Revealing the Silver Edge as well as Newbee will back off. Now they can focus down these shrines with all the T2 towers down. It's probably going to turn into a similar game plan to last game. Take out these shrines, get map control, and wait for that next Roshan to take off. And they found the key pickup, they found the next boss. Stampede and the 4-staff as well as the Moonlight Shadow. Everything to save Blink if possible. He's been caught by the dust and the TA trap. They're still chasing it. They may actually have it here. He needs help. Something away from him. It looks like he's going to lose the Weaver in the process here. They've actually kept him alive. Now the Sanctuary. Something is worse enough with Wings. Fighting around the Sanctuary. They've taken out 3.
That was the best shrine usage I've seen in a long time, and they might still get Ogre, but what a fight there. And that is the power of Necro. Get your opponents to focus on you, and then you just pump out the heals and you don't die. And he's got a free Ghost Scepter after all. The Newbee cannot kill this guy if he gets his second skill.
That was insane how much of a turnaround that was with the shrine, and that is exactly what Wings need to get back into this game. They've caught another one here. Can they get this kill? U9 gets himself to the low ground. There's a TP to that shrine will be cancelled.
And now they're on the other hand, he's got Eggs picked up on Necro. Now, it doesn't increase your damage anymore, it just lowers the cooldown of the skill, so...
And that's doesn't prevent the buyback side as well.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the big issue. As long as they get below half HP, you gotta kill. So, Newbee has to be very careful in some of these small moments. It's pretty scary, really. They can't hold the Necro. They can't really necessarily keep all of their heroes above 50%. I feel like Necro's gonna get both off every second and get a kill.
Yep. And once he gets that one kill, then all that regen starts kicking in. See how Newbee looks to deal with it. He needs the Weaver Axe.
Weaver. That would actually work quite well. Active pull, pretty much guaranteed.
Interesting, Weaver has opted not to use any of his talents.
I guess deciding to level 10, better to level up his skills. Level 10 talents is what, 30 Kikuchi damage, 6 strength.
Yeah, 6 strength, what, 120 HP. It's good, but I've actually seen this a bit more over the last couple days. The first day or so, almost everybody getting a talent of 10, but Underlords, a couple other heroes, and I think Weaver Support's a good example over here that can skip it.
When that Gemini attack, the way it scales is maxing it out. It gets down to, goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds suddenly, so it is a pretty value spell to max out. Look at.
He's very close to Axe, by the way, only about 900 gold away, so.
Newbee after that fight must be thinking like, okay, let's slow down. Let's wait for a few of these key items and wait, probably more importantly for Roshan as well.
The skill and item usage there by Blink in that engagement as well was amazing. That he didn't use Force Staff right away. The Clockwork was saving the cogs, but eventually he gets out of it with Stampede. Held onto that Force the whole time because he knew if he forces and they gap close after that, he's 100% dead. It's huge that he was able to get all the way to the shrine in that fight. Really made a big difference. And now Morphling picking up a Ghost Scepter. Doesn't matter if he gets silenced anymore. He can stop the physical damage output.
Okay, suddenly Wings, their draft seems to be coming a lot better together here in the mid game. We'll see what their next moves are going to be. They did have to do so through quite a bit of smoke uses, but they've still got another to play around with as they smoke up with the Morphling Replicant, so he can be farming and pushing out this bottom lane and still join up with his team and make a jump on this mid lane. Centaur leading the way, the Blink of Staff available goes on and they're going to easily catch the Reaper's side, not off. The Shikuchi is going to climb back right in the middle of losing. The first free roll is over the Clockwork. He's down there. Also, BKB on the front line here is doing decent damage to the right from the Morphling. Could be his undoing here. SCC getting very low. He's down, and Newbee have lost 3 all of a sudden. SCC being dealt with perfectly by the Wings line, and they're going to keep United alive with a great force to the low ground. And the Glimmer Cape of the Ogre gets him back to safety.
It was a great start to the fight for Newbee there with the Glimmer on the Weaver, but even still, the follow-up, they were able to kill, what, Clockwork with so almost no impact from KP in that fight. And he's got great items, he's been having a solid game, but if you're taking that much magic damage from just a couple of random spells flying out, it's a bad sign.
My first thought was like, oh, why is he not Reapering the Weaver? But it worked out even better because Weaver was glimmered for what
because they can't deal with having to worry about getting ulti below half HP. So now TA buys BKB, and then Morphling comes in, tons of attack speed, able to break the refraction charges, and simply just kill him with physical damage through BKB. So it's like this item that he forces them into is still countered by the hero they have.
Do you like the Morphling 12% cooldown reduction over the attack speed?
I think so, yeah. I mean, puts your waveform just under 10 seconds. I think it's absolutely worth it. I mean, it applies towards a Hero Blade, it applies towards your Link and Spirit cooldown. There's a lot of value out of this cooldown reduction here.
See why get found by a Weaver, but it doesn't look like Kaka has any interest of going onto the high ground and fighting into the unknown. Should be a replicate of a Centaur here, walking around with a bug on it, so it should be pretty...
You know, I wonder if TA should have gone Diffusal instead of BKB here, just to remove Ghost Shroud right away.
He's going for it now, but here comes the He might be able to make the transition with the middle. They're going to catch the next one, push it back as well. He keeps himself alive a little bit longer, does have the method towards the force up, gets back to the low ground. He's still being healed back up, and this Necro is tanky. He goes with the Ghost Shroud as well, keeping himself alive a little bit longer. U9, right-clicking around to Shadow, the morph into Streak if he needs it. It looks like Newbee is going to get the one kill on the Witch Doctor with the Centaur. That's going to be a big problem for him. He gets punished very quickly, immediate buyback, and there's the max time lapse. See the Weaver look to help out his buddy.
They could use it. They would have killed Necro instantly. But as soon as he pops Ghost Shroud, it's impossible. 4.5 seconds with no physical damage. I think SC made a huge mistake not getting Diffusal there, because if they had Death super early, if he just has Diffusal and is able to chase and slow the Necro on the chase back to the fountain in the last fight, it's the same problem repeatedly. If they don't kill him in the first couple stuns, then Necro will stay alive and keep his allies up too.
Yep. Faith beyond a bit, having to use that one, but
I don't think he's too worried though. He's already got Boom and Force Staff. I think he's already covered otherwise.
Absolutely.
Love to have Ghost Scepter on
There it goes.
Sync Treant up as they clear out some ancients here, probably just realizing that they're going to lose that sanctuary or shrine fairly soon, most likely with the tier 2 towers being down, and all eyes on Roche at the replicant.
damage.
Well, they're all physical damage. That's where, as good as Newbee started, is going to be heavily negated by Necrophos with the extra armor and just his itemization, having Ghost Shroud but just as a spell. And Morphling, I mean, this is an Agi carry with a huge amount of base armor. He's sitting on 31 armor at the moment, and right-clicking down these cores is not going to be easy.
And he got to the position of the game where he finally has some contribution with items, so Morphling, it's just going to get better from here on out. And at some point, TA does become the worst carry. And Drow's really in the same boat, and now Newbee's getting into desperation mode.
Newbee see them though, they've got a great ward on the high ground here, but the problem is they haven't got the best position. They missed the hook shot. Necrophos, they get the wall hit, they'll actually get the high ground here. Still, Tom's got double force up, he can now they're going to try to look around Shadow ways defensively. The Reaper comes into play, but then KP gets kept alive. And basically now the nuke is close to attention. He's out of position and they've lost 2. As Wings will have to retreat here. No force up available to give them a link, and the Witch Doctor will be brought down as Newbee press forward. 3 dead. Roche available their side of the river, so looks like they are headed towards that road there.
What a fantastic the initial hookshot miss was pretty catastrophic, but to dodge the throw essentially, and guaranteeing that finally they're out of heals, they're out of spells, they're out of stuff.
Interact, 25-second cooldown, but time lapse, 16 seconds, so I think you're doing okay.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure he's not the one that gets jumped on.
Yeah. Well, the Weaver may almost have to become one of the prime targets.
Oh, Shadow, oh, did they see him? Okay, that's cool.
Forced out there. It looked like alright for Wings initially when they got the Necro double force stuffed out to the high ground, but he was in this weird spot where he was on the high ground, he had to walk all the way back around while his team was initiated, so he couldn't really get into the fight, couldn't use the Ghost Shroud to slow anyone, couldn't really dish out any damage with Death Pulse, so he was in a very awkward position for the fight to unravel.
It wasn't super catastrophic. I mean, obviously the Roche going down is a big thing, but you know, that just takes a Necro ulti, right? Can do that a couple more times. Alright. And I don't see Drow Ranger really scaling very well right now either. She's also picking up a Diffusal Blade, absolutely the item they need. It's one of the best Diffusal games I've seen in a long time. But there's also still the threat of the Morphling. Blade, Blade. All of their heroes have to be genuinely concerned about that burst. Except for maybe the Weaver, I guess.
The prize is mine.
The hook shot will land thanks to the just a Witch Doctor, I say that. They're going to use a Stampede to try and save him, and Y gets bailed out by his Centaur buddy. Probably recognizing that the Stampede going to cooldown isn't too big of a problem, considering that the lanes are pushed out quite nicely at the moment by Wings.
Basically on even hitting some towers finally.
Taka top is not exactly in a position to defend this tower on his own.
Invisibility.
Help to come his way, but it is Newbee pressing down mid.
But they certainly got a little outmaneuvered there, just based on the Centaur ulti.
Weaver's TP back, so I don't imagine Newbee's going to be pushing for high ground right now.
I think he's just trying to slightly limit what Morphling's doing aggressively. Yeah, he's gonna has bugs, and this will start the push off in a good way. That creep wave is basically dead, and now they can actually get across the map again, because all the other waves are in great places. They're just having a little bit of trouble dealing with the Morphling friendly against the push.
Well, once Morphling is Manta style, you can't even use the Reliance Gust to silence him anymore in these fights.
That's definitely the item he needs as well. He can't go BKB on Morph this game. Just needs typical DPS items. More armor is always going to be better here.
Break that TA refraction a lot faster as well when you go and wave in with the Manta illusion, so
Do it with flair.
see how he can transition, because there is not a good lineup to deal with him come late game from the Newbee side.
They're going for Bloodthorn though, something like that could be useful.
Yep.
And their stuns are kind of okay. I don't think it won't be enough disables to shut down Morphling, but you know, let him use Manta, use another silence afterwards, you could certainly get him killed. Because he's playing pretty loose with his strength. He's low 1000 HP, he's got to be worried about Blade Mail. But as a whole, I think he's in a great position.
I guess if you're Newbee, like, we've got 4 cores who are all getting good farm going into the late game. The Weavers getting items as well as the clockwork on the Radiant side. Then you've got a Mirana and a Sepulveda getting farm, but both Mirana and Centaur have less farm than that Weaver. We'll see the push coming. Newbee ready to start to break the high ground of Wings. Yeah, so now he's right next to SBC as he's pushing for the high ground. Will dodge the E-play. Will blink on back with Unite, gets time lapse back to full health. But now the BKB from SBC just to dodge the hook on here. He gets a good value out of this one. He's going to retreat this one. KB forced out of his own cost. They don't want to take the high ground push, and Ogre gets creeped down. No time lapse available. That one in the arrows landed. Oh, can they get the Weaver? The host up follow with the waveform in. Let's go to center. It's not another gem in the deck, and it's DC. Could be a bounce around. Unite BKB for the car. Continues to keep on hopping. Unite goes into this, but there's detection. They've got a gem. They get the kill. TA on the run, slowed down by the Shivers card. Is there an steel blade for the full stop in 2 seconds? He's not going to need it. TA brought down. 5 hits the deck, and it's a team wipe.
The initiation looks so good with the initial Reaper counter, but they didn't really fully commit there. And on the retreat, they kept getting caught. And I'm a bit confused that they didn't go all in on that, because the TA took a lot of damage with her BKB up from the Morphling, but she backed out. She had Aegis. I don't know if he just forgot her, he didn't feel good about the fight, or thought that for sure they'd be able to commit afterwards because his BKB was down, but they punished very, very heavily there.
But Aegis and BKB not using that, getting any value of a BKB in a team fight just seemed to be a big problem in that. You can really see the power of that Necro there, staying alive for so long in that fight.
They have Diffusal Blades, and it still looks like they don't have a Diffusal Blade. It's been such a pain in the butt to actually fight him here.
Well, Centaur now gets a Vanguard off that one, and Crimson Guard can even further negate some of this physical damage output, and we're seeing heavy late game limitations for Newbee's draft. This is truly a all in on the mid game kind of drought strat, and they do not have the best ways of taking this one much further.
Basically just means that TA is going to become useless, because even if she pops BKB, it's still slowed. So the nice part for Wings is that they're able to stay in their base, and Newbee's kind of forced into going into these high ground fights. They haven't been perfectly on the same page, but also the heroes are scaling worse now.
You can see that Necrophos getting the spell damage amplification from his level 20 talent.
Yeah. Seems like a small amount, but 5% is huge, and let's be real, they don't have any magic damage anyways.
He's all magic damage from all his spells, so
it's going to pick up a BKB next. I think this is a pretty good choice, just because it'll cover him against silences that normally are forcing him to wait, 6 seconds here.
Yep.
But I'd love to see another damage item, even something like a Radiance, I think could be pretty fun.
Smoke up from Wings, they're heading into the enemy jungle. There's a 5-man unit, they're going to preemptively pop the Moonlight Shadow. The sentries are in the neighborhood, so they will see these heroes once they break out of smoke, but Centaur in a great position to get a blink full stun. Doesn't go for it on the TA though.
They definitely spotted them with the sentry.
Well, take out that sentry for now. SCC is still in the front lines. He's got BKB refraction. With a lot of survivability on himself, and it looks like Wings are just going to back off, clear up the sentry. Their position is well known at this point by Newbee.
And if they fought in that area, Newbee can just buy back and TP to the shrine as well. It would be such a dangerous place to take a fight if things got a little iffy.
That's a really good point here. Is one limitation for Newbee is they no longer have that gem though, so taking map control, dewarding, it's not going to be quite as easy at this point.
The itemization so far has been really good on all of Wings' heroes. Even the Witch Doctor and Buffalo, he just wants to be able to give himself 5 armor and 2 armor or to everybody else. Really value in that way.
Yeah, why not at this point when you're versing pure physical damage?
The level 10 perk plus 200 health. Just buying armor and HP, that's the solution to staying alive this game. Looks like he picks up a 4-staff next, another good way to get away from those heroes.
He'll be going straight down the mid lane. This will likely force Wings back to defend. as they do not want to be trading bases at this point, considering their top lane is only in the tier 2 tower. So TP's come, but very late here. Faith Beyond trying to buy some stop with TA. Just defensively blink one out, but from behind comes Wings. Necrophos blinking.
At least one of them.
Yeah.
No problem, they won't fight me.
That was some ballsy maneuver throughout the map. But I think he knows he's got Stampede and he's unkillable. We've seen it a few times. He got caught by like 4 heroes even before he had to beat Gibby, before he had the shivers.
Yep.
The 4 stars.
That was basically it. It was like
Ghost
4
Shroud.
staff and phase. He's
Yeah.
good.
Maybe a Stampede is needed, but
Yeah.
it's ridiculous how hard to kill this Necrophos has been this game.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's a new hero. Teams aren't really fully accustomed to it. Even like Slark, for example, everybody thinks he's really overpowered, but once you truly understand what the weaknesses are and you start doing some aggressive movements with detection, then he becomes much less strong. But if you underestimate or if you overestimate your ability to kill Necro, you get put into these situations where you get blown up. And it's very similar, like Undying, for example.
He's actually
Very similar concept.
I had to double check. He's actually died 0 times this game, and I feel like they've tried to gank him and have ganked him with 3+ heroes multiple times. He's always been like the hero they initiate on. The fact they've killed him 0 times is exactly that point.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about all the team fights that have happened this game, and they have looked really bad. 0 deaths somehow. Amazing.
That is, yeah. Really showcasing what this Necrophos can do in competitive play, and maybe suggesting we'll see some more of it, but as it stands, we'll see another aggressive move from Wings. They're looking to make the play, but they're fighting into the shrine. This is a dangerous place to take the fight. When the rocket flag comes out, with the Sentinel... Oh, he doesn't make it to the low ground. The hook is going to miss, and the Sentinel's blinked into a gun to the camera, trying to look out in here. They've tried to do the TA to cycle his way through this one, and why? That's not going to keep him alive for too much longer. It looks like they'll throw the Witch Doctor away for the retreat. That was an ethereal blade trying to save the Witch Doctor there, but
That's some weird stuff. I don't really agree with the ref. Maybe trying to get some spells out of his opponents, but
that was just chaos.
he did get them to cast their spells, but it was not in good ways. So, some BKB usage, that was maybe one of the things that happened there. TA down to 5 seconds now.
Yes, so TA's ability to fight is going to be by that reduction. We'll have to rely more on the Diffusal and the Bloodthorn for extra control and just taking away some of those escape mechanisms that we've seen Newbee use throughout these fights. But with a Skadi Mantle on Shadow, I imagine Shadow's not going to have any problem fighting against TA.
I think we'll go for the plus 400 waveform range later. For being able to fight. He's just going to be so strong. I do like the itemization from Newbee though. I think their work is super solid.
KP needs to be careful because that defensive time on top of Genting, he's flipped into the backlines here. He's got the agent. Oh, no, he doesn't. In fact, Game 9, he needs to be a little bit more careful. Necrophos. So, off the next and now coming out, and they've taken out the Ogre to start off the fight. Shadow getting a little bit low off the Mantel, looking to turn around and then find some more. This is not getting a free power to the clockwork. He's brought down for 100 seconds. Sentinel gets caught down by SBC. He's in the front line trying to fight, but he's gone away. He's taken out, and then the Godlike bring on the Necrophos, who still cannot be killed. 5 coming in now as U9 respawns to the edge. The 2-hero cast. Is it going to be enough? Not with the time left on it.
It looked so good there for Wings, but all of a sudden, with that last little bit of engagement, SC actually gets some stuff done.
Wait, they transmuted 4 for 2 and 2 for 2 win for them if they had the Morph and buyback to defend with. Now they've got to find a way to defend their racks with just 3 heroes.
SC's really scared right now. He sees Necro and he gets out.
And the important thing is here, they don't know the status of Morph and buyback. They're probably actually assuming he has forced it out. He's linked and aggressively, easily kicks the final group by quickly. Why is getting low, but getting far enough away from the TA who's used the KB already. Now does not protect it. U9 just wants to pick up the the rack. There's still a good. The BKB will stop the Starsfall damage as U9 gets himself out of there. And the
obviously, but overall pretty good for them. I think the big thing is how is Ranger going to transition with her item? That 3,000 gold, does he make her break it time for Drawing? She focuses on either on being a carry or just trying to stay alive. What do you think she
Ooh. The butterfly option's always great as far as Hachi goes.
The prize is mine.
Like Drow may have to kind of transition the ability to push out some of these lanes better with the Axe Scepter. Too late for an Axe, or is that just...
My fix this game, I think, is that his other items don't facilitate Axe at all, except for maybe Diffusal. I think even something like a Mjolnir could be really good. Just if he sits in the back, he's already got tons of range. He just sits in the back and throws out lightning. There's a lot of Ghost Scepters on the enemy team. They're not very diversified. They've got some BKBs, obviously, but they're not very diversified against magic damage. I feel like that could be a better solution.
Put that on someone like your front line of like the Clockwork, who may get just focused down in some of these fights. Wingzo again, also making another aggressive move.
That's really good against Morthland as well, too, because lower HP, tons of armor. Just do some magic damage.
Yep. So Morthland can join up, but the Rocket Player will scout them out. What we've talked too much about is the vision game, and that's something which Newbee can do pretty well with the Rocket Player to scout, and once they get that info, they're smoking up, looking to jump in and take this fight, catch Wings by surprise. Can he bring down Shadow? I don't think yet he's the target you want to go on. Who is the target you want to focus first? Is it someone like the Centaur, or...?
I think so, Centaur, yeah. It's easily the biggest. The arrow's going to land at Kaka, though.
Oh, they're going to go with the hook shot. Just look to push him around. He is jumping on that Centaur. Wants to be GD. Centaur comes out alive, but eventually does get brought down by the 5 minutes after the second kill coming out as well. The E-Blade! Shadow destroys the TA! He was almost full HP. And now they're charging forward. Another arrow going to go flying. Barely misses the wavefall forward. Shadow's got such great change in his wavefall range. And he gets another kill for his team. And that's another hero with no buyback. Nice ice chasing into KP. We'll have a blink in a couple of seconds, but he doesn't have teammates chasing with him, and it looks like the attention is more towards that middle lane. At least for the Necro.
Just doing his best to push out the mid lane in the meantime while they have a dead hero, but it was a really good fight, I thought, for the TA especially. He got some great cleaves off at the start. The Centaur went down, but this is the late game Agi hero problem. Once you get into the super late game and your BKB drops, your HP is in a usually around 2000 HP area. You get blown up by Morphling and other nukes. So as long as Wings can just fight the fight for a good like 5, 6, 7 seconds, they should be able to win the fight.
That's some like ridiculously good play to find an opportunity to get these E-Blades or the combo, or they can the throws. They're trying to defend the game right now. KP's looking to delay things with a hook shot and a cogs. They realize that Newbee is trying to trade his top, and they're not having any of it. Shadow wants this game to finish. Wings want to force that game. KP is trying to buy some time, but there's still 40 seconds out of this point. It's not going to be good enough because the Weary takes the life with KP. It looks like he's still going to die. We're immediately buying back Salvage to the Jackson. Think of the defense. United's trying to go for the T4 towers. Quickly realizes he can't do this, and he's going to have to TP back to the defense.
Oh, he's going to die to respawn past the buyback.
Yeah, he's going for the suicide. He wants to buy back and try and defend the base here. They've got 20 seconds without the A. They've got 4 alive. AP buys some more time. He gets more down. Oh, they can lose the ogre as well.
Agent is on.
They got to get Nelson. One. U9 goes in with a beak. And now it's in the middle 4 heroes. And they're just thrown. They're looking to end this game. Wings take out 4. And it's going to be a game 3.
What a game there. 40 minutes of advantage back and forth. And a great way to end it out. KB did his absolute best to buy time. It was amazing what he did with just a blade mail and an axe, but time in the middle of the fight. We already procced it once, but there's no way to sell that AM Ags is up, right? Throw the Reaper Scythe on him, bounces back on me, kills me. 160-second death timer. 160. I was just like, okay, you're gonna get an abandon. I'm done with the Dota game.
Yeah, almost out of the game. Abandoned.
I've never seen anything like that.
Crazy stuff. Right, we're going to get into game 3 draft very shortly. What are we expecting this time round, Cap? We've already seen Wings pull out a few extras.
Well, Jack, did you say maybe Necrophos gets banned this time around? Maybe in the 3-4? I think maybe.
I think Ben did.
I think that hero is so special. Yeah, I think it's like it was very specific to the fact that Newbee had like so much physical damage that they couldn't abuse the Necrophos.
I wouldn't go that far. That seems unlikely, but I think. Oh well, never mind.
Well, there you go. Wow,
first big.
Yeah, we didn't like that. We didn't like playing against that at all. Couldn't kill it at all. Let's get rid of it.
Very well. All right, well that leaves
Arc Warden the only one that's left that's new to CM that maybe Newbee haven't played against.
Yeah.
You talked about it being a support.
True.
So it's possible, but I think Wings have to stick to the same general plan. They need something to throw Newbee off the rhythm and throw them off their comfort zone a little bit. And through the draft, that's the best way for them to accomplish that. And again, that superior teamfight execution. It feels like if they get to that point in the game where that starts to matter, and they have an advantage in that department, they can win.
Let's do the same thing, but no Necrophos. Probably would have won.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't have died much.
What was the laning situation like last game?
So was the Weaver Clockwork going in the offlane too?
Yeah.
It seems like they're always caught off guard by that when there's like the first game there were 2 supports in the bottom lane. The last game there was 1 support and they feed death unnecessarily down there.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
SF is back and it's paired with the Venge, which we've spoken about a number of times over the last 3 days.
And we said the Vengeful Spirit is it's a good fighting core versus Drow Ranger. It has a lot of value here, and obviously there's a ton of synergy with the Shadow Fiend as well.
Yeah, the minus armor is something we saw Wings use actually on the first day of the group stage, and then also the flexibility because we have seen them pick this Venge early on and then transition it to a support mix. That certainly adds a bit more wrinkles for them as well.
I've seen a swap Requiem before. That was one of the coolest things I've seen. Have you guys seen that before?
I haven't, no.
It's a cool combo. Very satisfying too.
Well, Requiem is also pretty satisfying.
Yeah.
You're standing right on top of someone.
Especially with the new Ags. Especially when it's first revealed, you know, they're like, oh, I survived through that bit of damage, then it comes back in, and you're just like, oh god.
His talent is so good with the Axe. He has plus like 92 damage, I think.
Yeah.
This is level 20 talent, which is absurd on a hero that already does a ton of physical damage.
Yeah, I think like the Axe is very legit on SF. It makes the hero such a strong team fighter. Like it comes back, you get like this extra bit of nuke damage, you get this heal. It's
so why Venge Core? They're the only team that's really doing it, and why versus the Drow?
I mean, I feel like it's a pretty good brawling hero. It's able to close distance very well, and I think it's just like anytime that you have the Drow Ranger, it's this push strategy, right? As long as you have a core that is able to do better team fight than the Drow Ranger is able to provide, then you're good. Vengeful Spirit provides almost an equal amount of physical damage thanks to the minus armor that he has, and then he also provides this magic missile. And even if it's not there, right, then the swap is still really good from a support position because the Drow Ranger is single target focus.
Right, you're more self-sufficient as well. We talked about perhaps trouble securing your safe lane if they're worried about tri-lanes. That certainly helps them too. And then the Ogre, so, I mean, they're pretty much expecting the Shadow Fiend to go mid no matter what, and they want to give them a hard time. If they don't go with... We saw a team earlier in the tournament go with the Viper up against the Shadow Fiend. Maybe not something like that, but again, the Ogre bodyguard sitting across the
yeah, thinking the same thing, right? The Ogre just abusing that poor SF. How do you think Wings is supposed to deal with them? Do you pick up like a 4 position that also sits in the mid lane?
They like, Wisp is pretty common as a mid babysitter for the Shadow Fiend amongst the Chinese teams.
The Wisp would fill that role very well.
Sorry, banned in the last, was it second phase?
It was very last ban.
Okay.
Taking Point of Pain out.
Oh, no, it was third. It was
10
second.
seconds remaining.
Do you, against these lineups,
5 seconds.
I guess you already have Vengeful Spirit, so maybe you don't worry about the Faceless Void. Again, I think it's the only time that Faceless Void is popular. It's a possible pick.
I like it versus the Lifestealer a lot.
Yeah, maybe that. But I think for the most part, he's mostly going to be viable when you run Drow Ranger strategy.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get rid of the OD now as well.
Is he that? I think Shadowfiend's like okay in lane versus OD.
Yeah, he just double nukes the wave, so he doesn't have to worry about the imprisonment harassment.
Yeah, wouldn't you be more worried about Storm? They can't ban both.
But then it's still the Storm even viable, which is patch question. So
Dire team down.
yeah, there it is.
OD's more manageable. If I were Shadowfiend, I'd prefer facing OD, I think.
Yeah.
With the Drow lineup.
I like that they're concealing KP's
10
pick a bit more
seconds
in
remaining.
these drafts. I mean, they had a tendency to go with that very early on, but it seems like they
5
want to find him more of a
seconds
counter or a
remaining.
comfortable matchup for them.
Yeah,
Tournament
that's
is kind of-
it's been an issue for him, isn't it? Because he does seem to have had some inconsistent games. And do you think it's because they've had to pick it early and then he's been countered hard?
Well, I think in terms of the draft, if you reveal his hero early on, then Wings knows exactly how to deal with it. Like,
Yeah.
what are they giving up in the safe lane? What's a good matchup for them? If you hide it a little bit later as a counter pick and to protect him, I think it's useful, especially if they're counting on him to make plays that much.
Jug removed at the end of the second phase. Let's see what the second phase picks are.
Man, neither one of these teams put like they just put no value to Omni Knight.
Dire team
Wow.
pick.
Then remember they said, is that an NA thing?
Yeah.
So what they told Jack.
Yeah.
It is. As well as.
Ice Ice
Easy thing.
Shaker.
So plenty of
10
games in the middle of the year
seconds
from him on that.
remaining.
But it does
5
mean they're
seconds
lacking
remaining.
unless they're gonna play like a pretty aggressive gank heavy support duo into that mid lane, they don't have a current solution with the Ogre versus SF problem.
That's true. Bench could always babysit too if they want to run that. I think it's okay to get the Shaker that's not like a huge playmaking for, at least not in the early game, because they have the Vengeful Spirit who can kind of make up for that in her one position.
I've seen them pair Drow with Weaver a lot.
Clockwork this time,
Team pick.
last time they picked that up, it was really effective. This time around, it's just kind of okay.
Hmm.
It's not the greatest versus Vengeful Spirit for both Swap as well as the core Vengeful Spirit. It's obviously really good versus Shadow Fiend and Earthshaker though.
10 seconds
Yeah, it's incredibly good versus the
remaining.
Shaker. They don't really have a good counter for it. Perfect
5
lift.
seconds
Pretty common.
remaining.
Disruptor is also pretty common, but I don't really like either of those versus Newbee's lineup. Are Newbee just gonna pick the exact same thing?
Would be funny. Maybe they didn't think they did that badly at all and got caught out.
Yeah, I mean, I think they gotta be pretty happy, fairly happy about their performance. Like just later on, things started to turn around in terms of how they're outlaning Wings for the most part. How they're able to control the game early on. They've got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, if they think it was just like a draft issue in the sense that they gave the opponent Necropost and they didn't really know how to deal with it, then it would make sense for them. However, at the same time, they're going to have less surprises up their sleeves. Like they're going to expect Clockwork +1 probably in the off lane, so on and so forth. If they want to play it similarly.
I wouldn't mind them swapping back to like a gyrocopter for Wings instead of having that bench support, but that goes right out there. Thank you, Wings.
So some more armor synergy going on that we've seen, and then also like Newbee seems to have kind of consistently had this issue where they go very heavily towards single target
10
damage.
seconds
And again,
remaining.
like if you have a defensive support like a Dazzle or Oracle who can help deal with that and synergizes with their armor, I think it's a nice pick from here.
remaining.
Yeah, or Force Staffs like we saw last game. I think that
Reserve
really helped them out a lot, their Force Staff usage.
I think we're still looking at the possibility though that Newbee could overwhelm Wings with these just
10 seconds
like I think
remaining.
that's they go the Draw Ranger Dusa strategy. I mean, now that they've committed to the Vengeful Spirits, safe lane core, right? The
That's not-
Dusa becomes a lot stronger.
That's not necessarily true. I think they can use Earthshaker in the off lane. One of the most common pickups that is versus
10
the Medusa is the
seconds
Anti-Mage,
remaining.
which I think is actually not that bad here versus the Medusa. I think they have a pretty strong
5
sword that can fight while the Anti-Mage is
remaining.
farming
Yeah, you're
versus
right.
the Medusa. They still have one band though, they're scared of it.
Reserve
And
time.
I think Anti-Mage is by far one of the best ones.
Yeah, and most of the other Diffusal Blade carriers are kind of either not viable or already banned out, like the Jug.
Yeah.
And Diffusal got nerfed a little bit too.
Dire team ban.
They could also decide that this is a bit greedier on the side of Newbee. Actually, we've seen this Medusa Drow combo since in like the Manila Major back then, used against them especially. So they could decide to go with an Ursa, something that's even more aggressive early on.
That's true. Ursa, I think, is one of the better ones to deal with it too. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Wings to do something strange like the PL.
5 seconds.
I would say too. It's like not bad. Rushing the Drow Ranger, Clockwork, and Ogre also struggle to deal with it, but late game, I don't particularly favor that matchup a lot.
With the Ogre, it could be that Newbee planned this out for a while too, right? Because you always need some sort of damage upgrade for Medusa. The Ranger is a big one, but you always want a little bit more, and that Bloodlust is super valued for Medusa.
10
You don't want to have this hero
remaining.
at 30 minutes still feel like the physical damage isn't enough. So you need
5
upgrades from these allies.
remaining.
Rubik versus
Red
Earthshaker.
team
Yep.
pick.
Cool down there.
I like this Dusa for Newbee just because I think they're going to play it a lot faster than the way Fnatic did.
Yeah.
And especially with the Drow Ranger, it just becomes so much more powerful. They've built, as you mentioned, 2 heroes that synergize well with Medusa. They got the Clockwork to protect them. It's also very good versus Shadow Fiend and Earthshaker to just create this huge buffer in between them.
Of course it is.
Of course.
Of course it is.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
If there was one hero we weren't expecting,
Yeah.
it was the Broodmother.
You're gonna see a Dazzle Brood offlane?
Yeah, I think
Dazzle
so. Dazzle
Brood.
Brood that offlane is ridiculously strong.
Absolutely crazy. What a crazy draft to end then. We're going to go into game 3. It's all or nothing for both teams as we head back to our commentary team. Purge and Gods, it's all yours.
Welcome back for game number 3. Wings versus Newbee, winner through to the grand finals to face Digital Chaos. And Wings, once again, Purge, have done something a little bit different with their draft.
I was really liking what Newbee did with the Medusa pick, but now with the Broodmother, it's kind of
10
scary here,
seconds
especially for Drow Ranger.
remaining.
Brood is one of the best heroes against her because she has no AoEs.
5 seconds remaining.
If you accumulate enough spiders, really love the pick. Definitely be very effective. And even if it doesn't go super well, you got a regular Dazzle. So, first Broodmother of the new patch. Let's see how it does.
This was the old school counter, yeah, like you say, to the Drow Ranger. It used to be picked up, I mean, it used to be a top tier pick that was getting first 2 picked even back in the old ESL 1 New York days when little spiffy looking brood set, but yeah, great synergy with the Dazzle as mentioned, and Dazzle doesn't even have to necessarily start up there. You may want to look to prioritize brood getting some levels before you make that rotation up there, get the spider, like a good Spiderling army before you get the Shadow Wave Field Bomb going.
And that's kind of what it seems like he's going to do with Falling Blade Stout Shield. More likely he'll jungle. Falling's not that weird, but with the Stout, I assume that he's ready to retreat if needed. And it's so important that Newbee does try to shut him.
Not a great lane for a Shadow Fiend. The creep block is on the Dire Hill. It will push out and capture the range creeps and their status, but bottom lane is where we'll draw out. They're going to be getting a nice fissure onto Kaka. He's been blocked off. He's going to look to run himself away. Here, Y has another poison touch only in 5 seconds time. The right click damage may be enough on its own. The Tango, he barely survives.
He can chase, maybe get a poison touch, but obviously he'll use Shrine if needed.
Yeah, he pops it just to be on the safe side.
Very worth it for Innocence to follow like that because they guarantee that Kaka had to waste it on himself and not actually do an AoE.
Okay.
Perhaps a slightly advantageous start for Wings in this tri lane is actually, despite, don't be fooled by the fact that Newbee are the ones quote-unquote aggroing here. It's a tri lane in Wings' favor, and they've...
Oh, that was a close one. It was bench carry, by the way.
Yep. So Shadow picking up the farm in this lane. It will be pushing out here, making sure that Drow can get some farm, but we'll throw our attention back towards this mid lane where SF is being dual laned. The Ogre's Predator's giving him a very rough time. Medusa even coming in. This may be an early first blood. There's one Fairy Fire available, but the Medusa picks it up, gets tower aggro
Just
off
salvage.
himself.
Nothing weird here. Just tanking tower. Healing.
The new age of Dota 2.
It's a really nice dive there. That's the kind of pressure they need to do, because that's the one lane that's actually vulnerable. They should be expecting Drow to get less farm in this lane. And as of yet, the fissures have been really scary, so they've got to at least leave Blink in a worse place than normal.
And taking a look at the one other lane we haven't seen, the top lane is gone just fine for Clockwork. He's CSing and doing not too bad here, at least for now, while Brew doesn't have too many levels or too many spikes. That may change soon, but it's not a lane they're necessarily expecting. KP's just up here with the order, probably get some farm and XP, just keep the Brood busy. He's leveling up Rocket Flare for some extra AoE.
It's the important thing is that you do AoE damage to spider stuff. They can't clump as much. When they clump, they do tons of damage. So Rocket Flare covers that basis, and it's honestly not that bad of a skill to max out. Great at killing raindrops. He'll be completely fine this lane. It's really about the rotation. So
with level 4 bot lane, they're going to catch up this onto Shadow. He's being pulled back. With those frost arrows, the slows coming out, the body blocks in face as well, and Eric's going to catch the bench, the carry bench we mentioned, and Newbee's aggro translates strikes, and it really has been faked on the Ogre Magi, the big playmaker so far for Newbee, first and mid now pod.
And amazing plays well by KP on the safe lane. Dazzle rotates up here. He gives the sentry to the Brood Mother. He places the sentry, and instantly he used the Calling Blade, or a Tango actually, on KP to kill the sentry. It looks like he got the second one as well. That's literally 200 gold from the supports on Wings' side, and he just killed them both. And that guarantees that spiders can't harass him, that he can continue last hitting. He doesn't have to worry about heal bombs from invis targets.
We'll see them coming. He's got 4-man shield boots already, so he's actually pretty hard to kill up here. So Dazzle maybe wasting some of his time trying to prioritize this top lane. Mid lane, Kaka's come in. He got scammed. Too late for a response. TP though will be there. I don't think they actually get that kill anyways. There was not an ogre with them. It was just a casual Rubik lift.
But if Rubik's there, throw the lift, because that's another TP scroll that the enemy team just used. I believe that one was Dazzle. And now he feels like he has to go pressure and defend the mid lane instead of sitting top looking for a kill on Clockwork. It's the pressure that's been going on from Newbee so far has been great.
So what's going to be the idea with this Brood? You just look at to camp this top lane and just keep on fighting with the Clockwork. At some point, do you swap the lanes and try and put the Brood versus the Drow?
I'm not completely sure what the current build on Brood is. That's really what the question comes down to, I feel. What are the talent trees? Do you go damage? Do you go the Midas Echo Saber build? I found that build very effective, but we're going to see maybe a kill on the bot lane here.
Catch them like the best to get the lift. The Fissure is there. We'll catch out just the one here with the stun. Locks all 3.
Yeah, but the observer ward they placed there is it going to be good, but if they would have placed a lane ward in front of the trees, it could have been better there, because grabbing Earthshaker would have been a for sure kill.
Limited amount on the Earthshaker now as far as throwing up fishes in this bottom lane goes. But I think the support is going to make a beeline towards that middle lane.
And they got the D-ward as well. Sentry already there.
Did do so under Radiant Ward detection, but it seems
they got a shot.
Walks in, he's trying to get to his tank string, so he knows that if he fights by this one, he should be okay. He will pop it. Doesn't want to stand by it. He's actually a little bit worried about his position here. He's trying to get back to his teammates.
Yeah, that was a good play there. There was no way that he was going to kill either the Rubik or the Ogre before he died there, despite the huge regen. And if anything, just a small tangent, getting some mana. So the last minute or two of Newbee's positioning hasn't been as amazing, and they've been also really pressuring the tower now.
Well, I guess rather than questioning the Brood, what's the Clock's idea? Do you sit up here defending against the Brood, or do you, now that you're 6, look for those gank opportunities as early as possible?
Well, somebody's got to do it, right? And it's either Clock is by far the safest,
Nice thing about once he gets to level 7 is that Rocket Flare can easily kill the little baby spider lings with just one Rocket Flare from full HP. For now, level 6 only. Doesn't have Dazzle in the neighborhood, so needs to be a little bit wary of how much effort he puts into defending the tower. The cloak is not enough. It gets he traps the Brood in with him. Vitaling's chasing, and he looks like it could be a kill to KP. One last rocket flare before he does eventually go down.
At some point, there are too many scratches, and a Soul Ring facilitates that.
Yeah, they come in, wrap around the path on the Rubik, lift the Shadow back in. And the hit escape is somewhat limited until the victory comes in, but that's still not going to be enough. After watching his buddy go down, good news is the top T1 tower has been playing Faith Beyond. Putting his team in a good position as far as putting pressure on the other side of the map.
Yeah, if they just keep stabilizing here, yeah, they're losing heroes, but their tower hasn't been touched yet, so Brood should be able to control all of the dire jungle, or at least a large portion of it, so could turn into a position where their carries can farm, and Newbee's gonna have less access to farm.
Immediately just heading back towards this top lane, you kind of mentioned that it's someone's got to do the Brood, so as much as a Clockwork traditionally looks to start rotating, finding those ganks as soon as he hits level 6, that is not something KP is going to be allowed by Wings.
He still can gank though, he's got TPs ready, bottle as well.
Just a few TPs.
The Desperation Undying TP.
This comes in, the Fissure, the Beast, the Drow Ranger, looks like Venture was go for something here, just keeping Shadow up and healthy, and the Drow gets turned around on. Shadow low, the hot shot from Medicine, Shadow actually straight up, perhaps a bit too early, and he's still being chased down here, another hill kick into KP. Finds the kill, will go down to the Shadow Fiend, and Blake showing up to salvage the situation here, a 3-for-1 so far, SCC's TP. Not really amounting to all too much for Newbee, and this says hello top lane. Brood is diving, wants to unite, should be able to get it. He can chase Keith, but doesn't have any webs, and the Ogre Mandra's press will deter any further chase from Faith Beyond.
It's one of the strongest build that he can really, just phase boots, Soul Ring. He can pressure these guys so easily, even Faith here has to be careful. The web's really the only thing holding back from him going on an early rampage. And he's 900 gold towards a potential Midas. We'll see what he does build, but I think that build's fantastic. Maybe there's something new though, a lot of new items.
Now, Faith, it looks like just trying to get some wards down this top lane, grabs a bounty rune. Are they... Is it better, do you think, to try and address the Brood, deal with it like as the pest it is, or do you think they're better off ignoring it?
An occasional gank is super important. He's the highest net worth right now. There's pretty straightforward ways to do it. You pop a smoke, you run forward with 3 heroes, your smoke dies, you pop dust. You have on the bright side for Newbee, they do have a Clockwork. Clockwork's fantastic at shutting down a Brood Mother and finding him in the trees no matter where he is. Because once you do a little damage to the Brood, he can't actually face your trees. So I think an occasional gank is super important. It can give them a lot of gold advantage back to their side.
Boom, there it goes.
They put U9 in the top lane for a little bit, but once it pushes out past the tower, he decides there's not a lane he wants to be in against the Brood. Speaking of which, the Brood is kind of tucked away in the trees, not feeling too safe.
That's all you need. Let the spiders get the last hits.
Yep.
And occasionally feeding Clockworks. 60 gold. That's actually a lot. It's going to really add up.
Clockwork again having to take what time he can in this top lane, and that's something where he is guaranteed a decent amount of time going straight into the arcane boots to sustain constant rocket flare here, spam. And Newbee, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to just hit this timing where they can 5-man and push down towers with a Drow Medusa because of the fact this Brood is in the game.
Yeah, just seeing the way the Ogre's been playing the last minute, he's actually just dual jungling with the Drow Ranger. When have you last seen that? Just pretty much no reason once Drow hit 6.
Here comes Wings with a smoke towards the top lane. Knowing they can bypass the Dire Observer with this one, they're going to find the start things off. Shadow is going to wrap from behind. The Brood is there as well. The hook shot from an extra stuff. He does get out. The Brood out of the cogs, and as a result, he should be going down. The turnaround is there. Newbee come in with both Drow and the Rubik. They get one, and they want a second. Won't be able to find that. No Clockwork for a bench so far.
It's a great catch by Newbee. Rubik getting there just in time. Steel Spawn Spiderlings is actually a pretty good grab here. He can use this to generate him some gold.
Does have the arcane to sustain it for as far as mana goes, but with the Clockwork off the lane, the AoE is limited. It looks like a C2 tower is going to be either claimed or at least have a significant amount of damage dealt to it. The Shadow Fiend is rotated in, just treads an infused raindrops here, enough to make him kind of tanky enough to join up with his team and fight.
KP's the Raindrop Slayer, man. Rocking so good with that. mostly focusing on spiders for now, though. And again, they still have very good AoE heroes now. Split Shot's fantastic. Snake is very good at killing spiders. They've got some solutions. They lost the 2 towers, but they still have the other towers on the map, and they still have the shrine. So they have decent control of this area of the map, despite the early tower push from Wings.
The kind of, I guess, impression I'm slightly getting from this game is it does feel like Newbee are going to have to go more late game rather than look at that making it time. And there we go, you talk about the smoke gangs of the Brood. This one they get the dust, they get the lift into the hook shot, and they'll bring down Fabian.
Perfectly executed there. Throwing him back down away from the hook shot. It's honestly a straightforward kill if you commit a smoke to it, but you just have to do that once in a while as the top net worth hero. And the kill went to SCE as well on Medusa, so a bit more gold advantage for him.
And that's a common problem for Brood Mothers. You get very far ahead when you have these good starts, but then you become this big bounce to your opponents to kick you off with.
That's why so many Broods just hang out in trees so often, because they don't want to show in the lane, because then their opponents will be able to kill them. And I'd argue that the jungle now is maybe a bit worse for Broods, at least in the jungle area. All the tree clumps are more small, they're not as connected, I feel. Let's use it on the edges of the map.
I totally see what you mean. But yeah, so they're going to see what their next moves are going to be. They send Fabian back top with an Echo Saber, so one of the builds you kind of mentioned, minus the Midas, but gives him some good stats and kind of more fighting-oriented build.
And it's utility as well. It gives him some slow, he can front load his damage with Insatiable Hunger. Really synergizes well there.
The rest of the week seem to be playing more of a farming-oriented game for now. They have got a smoke on the 2 supports if they want to make another move, but when you look at their lineup, they've got a true 3-core lineup. Both SF, Bench, and the Brood, 3 Agi heroes that can all scale very well into the late game. Earthshaker wants to probably farm a Blink at some point as well, and it seems both supports are just sitting behind cores who are farming.
They're anticipating the Newbee ganks, basically. Clockwork could be moving around. He's got tons of levels from his early laning stage, so that's something that they are going to do. With that said, though, Earthshaker's pretty much been just taking the lanes that have been empty all game up until this point after that tri-lane stage. And it's paying off. He's got tons of regen items, so if it's in a long engagement, he's going to be able to fissure a lot.
Oh, this is not good. Eyesight's actually walking out. I think he wanted to be in the front lines here, but luckily for him, it's just the 2 supports he runs into initially, and will back off. Trying to get down some Observer what's there in the front lines. It's falls back in the hook shot. Narrowly misses.
Just a little too far there. No fissure stolen either. Nicely done to cover that. Ice has to be careful. Fissure is one of the best abilities you can steal.
They do prevent those deep aggressive wards being planted, so instead just a lane move down to this bottom lane as Newbee will be forced to either defend or let this bottom tier 1 tower go. Wings have grouped up as 4, creating space for these 4, I should really say, as they feel like Brood is guaranteed to keep at least 1 or 2 busy in this top lane. And it's the Clockwork for now. It's a Clockwork you can always TP, or can TP in typically, but it is on cooldown for now.
Yeah, I actually like how he's playing this game heavily. When he misses hook shot, that's usually the time period where Clockwork should just go back to ground and get regened up, and then go start moving across the map again. But instead he goes back, he defends, and he puts all of his early gold into Midas. And it's a really good timing for a Clock.
I think this is kind of, as mentioned, the Newbee just saying we're going late game. Like yeah, they have a Drow, and you think of Drow as that mid-game pushing team, but they have a Brood problem, and they're going to say, look, they've got 3 scaling cores, let's make sure we have 3 scaling cores. Not that Clockwork's going to be able to dish out as much damage as a carry, but he can still get some useful items for the team.
He certainly could in some ways. I feel like some of his items in the last game were definitely useful, but I look at the Wings lineup here, and I don't have tons of faith in the Venge right now, because his early rotations weren't very successful, and the Tri-Lane itself led to him dying a few times. So I feel like Venge is playing more of a semi-carry role right now. I feel it's very heavily on the back of Shadow Fiend.
And it is reflected in his net worth. He sees less farm than the Clockwork, has been farming a lot of Spiderlings, has a Midas and all that, but this is a very underfarmed relative to the other cores in the game, Vengeful Spirit.
You've got good attack speed finally. He's got terrible edgy game, but turn this into something amazing. I think there's a real possibility that he doesn't.
Speaking of that Clockwork, he turns around for a hook shot to try and do a bit of damage, but that was a big Spiderling army of Faith Beyonds coming in to bring him down.
That's the danger mode here. If you can't kill all of the spiders with like a hook shot combo, then they will kill you.
He's queued up a Vanguard, so I think recognizing that's going to be the item that will help him survive what just killed him there.
It'll help. It doesn't have 100% block anymore, I believe. It's so it won't be necessarily as good as against spiders, but they're gonna run right into the brood.
Yeah, they're trying to get this kill. It is that prize takedown. They'll need to get more side thrown in direct. Does not want to. Good news is Fabian gets himself out of there. But Kaka's still on vision now. So there's, of course, the prime steal as far as this game goes.
He's almost got Blink Dagger as well, too. So, he's doing very, very well. Earthshaker, on the other hand, was doing alright, but now dead. 740 gold, so quite a ways away. I'm still not very sold on the Vanguard on the Clockwork. It is good, I guess, against Vengeful Spirit amping everybody's damage. You can get some damage block to offset, but I feel like you'd be better served going at least something like a Force Staff first. It's one item that can give you some distance between yourself and the Brood, or somebody else if you're in trouble.
Yeah, well, like, that's an area that you force, then you pop the cogs and he can't really chase you down outside of that cogs.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll see the game. It does feel like this is much more slow paced. Both teams are going to be just picking up their core items, waiting to see what their opponents are doing. No one's looking to rush this game along.
I really like what Medusa's got. Dragonlance immediately into a Scotty. Scotty's one of the best items in the game for Medusa for survivability, just because what she gets out of Mana Shield. That much single target
Mid lane, they're going to get the Earthshaker once again. Potentially a Spirit takedown. They can't keep up with her KP. So we're getting some magic missile to break and keep Shadow alive a little bit longer. That's quiet now. So Shadow's TP out. It's complete. Just barely at the end there. The battery assault wearing off, but it's pretty important escape for Wings. They do not want to lose the Venge considering how underfarmed Tyranny is.
Either way, that was still a really straightforward fight there for Newbee. Bloodlust on Medusa, he's doing tons of damage. I feel like they just run at their opponents, and their opponents can't really slow them down. Vidra obviously helps, but that's about the only thing that's going to make them good at fighting for now. Like, even a BKB on Shadow Fiend and an ultimate, it's kind of what they need to stop their opponents, but that's not going to provide a solution to Medusa.
I'm liking the Vanguard potential pickup a lot more for Clockwork now, because Brood has got a Deso, so right-click damage is really starting to ramp up, and
I'll take that.
I feel like this is going to be a good little answer to some of that single target DPS.
It can definitely work. It's definitely good against minus armor. And that's really what Wings is trying to do here. They've got Shadow Fiend, they've got Earth Mother, and they have events that hold here that have minus armor. So they should be really strong if they're grouped together for the next 15 or so minutes if Newbee doesn't react correctly.
They have great vision to the north and east of the pit, and we can see that, dare I say, Radiant side rush advantage. Still feels weird saying that.
It helps taking the two towers, basically.
Yep.
And they've had wards up covering it for so long. Just a matter of time.
With that, see if they try to make any more aggressive maneuvers forward. The Shadowblade pick up an SF gives them some surprise factor as far as being able to initiate, although it has of course been spotted by now.
You know, thinking about all this minus armor and how it matches against Newbee, it's actually terrible against Medusa. The way that Mana Shield works is, I got corrected by AUI about this the other day. It's basically like damage block. The damage you're taking, it damage blocks 60% of it and applies it to Mana Shield. And then the remaining 40% gets amplified or reduced by the armor that you have. So it's basically
the Echo Slam doesn't do anything too much yet, but now the Mana Shield wearing off an SCC will go down. Just picked up his Skadi, but Courier as well runs into trouble, and that's going to be a freebie to the wing side with an Aegis. They are pushing forward. The visual cannon should be a follow-up kill. The gut is not going to save him, and suddenly the hospital turns into two, turns into a potential third. They want to go for the high ground, but Cogs will AD, blocking the chase, and will probably tempt Wings to actually take a T1 tower.
Everything just got out of control. I jinxed him.
Man, that was a nice little maneuver into that dire jungle. All this vision from the Radiant Observer wards giving them such great intel, and yeah, I totally agree about Medusa being tanky and hard to kill, but when it's a 4v1 scenario like that, you definitely can kill that Medusa.
And they got a medallion as well. Like, they actually have so much minus armor on the Radiant team right now. And it paid off there big time. The team looked so in control for Newbee, but a couple more or less, and 50 more evened out. The net worths now are incredibly looking good for Wings.
Yeah, Earthshaker going to complete a Blizz Dagger off of that, but
looking at this net worth graph, it's still so close between the two teams. It's never been more than a 2,000 gold lead for either squad.
It's slightly inflated by Midas, but I think the Venge is still pretty underfarmed. Looks like she's going for more of a hybrid build. Gonna pick up a hood after her Dragonlance.
How much pressure are you if you're Wings? Do you feel like this Brood is the hero that, I mean, traditionally can kind of fall off? Is this a build that's going to fall off less? Do you need to be ending this game early if you're Wings?
I think that question mostly comes down to talent trees. That's the most new thing that's going on for Brood here. She's got 10 agi more than she used to. Historically, her agi game is pretty mediocre. Strength game's better. I don't think her talents really make her that much better. Her 50 attacks in the next levels could be fantastic.
Yep.
But that level 25 talent really doesn't do that much more. More webs, I guess. You can control more of the map, but
I imagine you want to go for the webs over the spider's health there.
yeah, that was my thought as well.
I mean, you're doing way more damage than your spiders are once you're level 25 in the late game, and the way Brood's itemizing is she's going to be a right-click carry, so wants to be fighting under the webs as much as possible.
I feel like this Blink Dagger pickup though, it's been interesting.
Getting on top of the Drow Ranger. It is a gap closer, but there's more. A Hurricane Pike on the Drow, so there will be some of these maneuvering items. I say that, but there's still just I want to say one at the moment. Dusa could theoretically upgrade the Dragonlance. Still not seeing any kind of a 4-star on Clockwork yet.
Lincoln's next for Dusa. That's a pretty good choice. Can stop swap. Yeah. Certainly the best.
That was what you got put last fight, and if you're Revenge, you're kind of happy to throw away your life if you're killing a Dusa in the process.
Yeah, definitely agree.
But now, yeah, we'll at least have that queued up.
Clockwork's still so hard. I'm pretty sure he's just looking where, yeah, every time. Oh, Brood's got a group of spiders. I'll just shoot a rocket across the map. It hits, kills all the spiderites, the low HP ones, and he gets 80 gold. And he's got a Midas. I mean, he had Vanguard not too long ago. He's already 2,000 gold past him. I honestly think something expensive, like a real damage, even something like a Radiance could be good.
Nice side, splits himself to the trees. He's very close to Kak on the Rubik. The fish will catch up too. Securing a tier 1 tower, Ice will get himself forced out of there back to safety. And Newbee can't really defend this because they have been kept busy by this top lane. Just a tier 1 tower for them, but every tower's going to add up. Once you start losing those tier 2s as well, that's where you'll lose your shrines and completely lose map control. So they need to make sure they get themselves in decent fighting position soon.
And once again, Clock is still sitting. Now he does finish the Crimson Guard though. Gives him some nice base armor and obviously the damage block for him and his allies. Don't think it shouldn't damage block the Shadow Wave, which has actually been a huge damage output for a lot of these fights, but at least the right clicks, it'll be good. Spiders do.
It just feels like Wings are just split pushing Newbee to death in some ways right now. Not just through split push, but also out farming them. You look at those top 2 net worth heroes. They're not really being dealt with by the Newbee side.
I think that's what they have to do though, just because of the build that Venge is going. She's catching up a bit now. Ops changes back, goes for a Yasha.
Almost got Faith behind at the top lane. They put a double sentry down, and they even used a rocket flare and the stolen Venge Howl, which just expired. Couldn't quite find the catch as Faith Beyond tucks himself off deep enough where he walks back. Gets spotted by the sentry just yet.
I like that they're avoiding fighting. Oh, they're going in!
The Drow Ranger gets taken out and starts to fight off.
Faith Beyond did so much damage there.
Yeah, that instant double hit from the Echo Saber.
This ulti gives him 120 damage.
And it's so nice because he's instantly on top of you with that Blink Dagger.
It's no time wasted and actually made a difference there.
It's a key kill. This Drow was already not doing too well in terms of overall farm. You kill her again and constantly putting Newbee on the back foot.
I was definitely feeling better due to the fact that she went for the mouse build. Gonna go Axe next. Great against killing spiders. And it won't necessarily have to be this Dusa or the Clockwork dealing with it, but she is still very vulnerable. And I know she's going on any better. And all it takes is Earthshaker getting up there without their opponents knowing it. And that can happen every time Excel stands up. There's not going to be a good solution other than literally spotting the Earthshaker. That's pretty much the only way.
Well, and that's what Wings are getting at in a pole position. That big playmaking hero that can find kills like that. On the Newbee side, Rubik can make some plays, but he's not going to be able to find kills like that kind of just with one other teammate. Ogre is just kind of a bloodlusting machine. I feel like as this game goes on, Wings are going to get a bit more out of their supporting cast.
I would agree with that, but I still feel so much better about the cores on Newbee. Dusa as well as Drow. As long as Drow doesn't keep getting picked off like that, she will farm incredibly fast.
You worry about them getting guided around the map though, because the split push from Wings is what's kind of dragging Newbee apart right now.
I don't think that matters too much. I mean, I think it's an issue because of road control, but past that, because they have such good AoE, they're going to farm their half of the map incredibly fast. And Wings just doesn't feel super comfortable taking a 5v5.
Just going to make their next move. They've smoked that Warior is heading towards the Broodmother, perhaps with the bait with Faith Beyond. Shot. Not going to find the Brood.
It's going to be on cooldown here if the Wings can't take any engagement.
Oh, Wings, can they get the jump? Clickbacker was broken by the Rocket Blade. It's going to be a swap onto the Ogre, not the idle time for the Mentor. Fantastic range of the Stone Gaze. Can't really amount to ultimate because of that Bishop blocking them in, and we'll see the SF just we use this smoke, let's just take what kills we can.
And the force staff really helped as well. I thought Benj could go down, but Shadow Fiend picking up the Hurricane Pike, so he's not really hitting too hard just yet.
Minus Shadow Rays cooldown.
I think everything hits the attack range. Your illusions. They get split shot. There are some anti-AoE things like Earthshaker, but that's about it. There isn't that much. I feel like you can remove some disables, overall output more damage. Like Butterfly will also win, but it's still more attack speed.
Okay. Well, as it stands, Stroud closer and closer to that axe, just 300 gold away. Again, we see the same perhaps problem with Newbee's lamp scaling, though. It's very much all physical damage. And it does feel like that's something which Wings can itemize against. They've got the casual buckler on Dazzle, they've got the Solar Crest, they've got Weave itself. The armor on the entire Wings lineup is going to get pretty massive right now.
What if you bought like Mjolnir instead on Dusa?
I quite like that idea, actually. You mentioned damage. Maybe that is one of the better answers for it. Right now with the BKBs, it's not great because these are still like 9-10 second BKBs. Brood is 10 seconds, SF is 9 seconds, so it may take a couple of fights before you really see it be high value, but...
She's going to get hit a lot, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The reflection can be great. And she also does have a lot of injury. She buffs their spell damage and ultimately makes them Mjolnir just a bit better.
Not much money to buy into right now, and they'll watch Wings take the last tier 2 tower, which means time to take out some of those shrines.
So looks like Drow finishes her axe finally. So this is going to help the damage. I guess it doesn't have to be the Dusa. She could just be focused on tankiness, let the Drow sit in the back and try to make up for that lacking there. And the axe is a great way to do it. The split shot you can cast. Actually, you can't. It's probably not as good on Drow now because I believe Maelstrom has a cooldown of like 0.2 seconds, and she certainly has enough attacks that it will limit that a bit. But with the MKB immediately after this, I don't know if you tried that before, it's fantastic. Just mini stun. You won't have to worry about missing a kill, I believe.
And the Brood passive as well,
That's a great point. What, 60% miss chance as soon as he slaps somebody? That's something that either the Drow or the Dusa can't handle at all.
And even if you gust the Brood back, like Wings on you, you've still got 2 seconds where you've got that miss chance, which you don't want to have to deal with, so...
Yeah, the timing is very crucial. They have to go in and they have to kill somebody towards the start of the fight, or while they're using Dusa ulti, because if they don't, then there's going to be fissures, mechanical slams, going to be swaps. They have annoying things to deal with.
Maybe perhaps going to be put under a bit of pressure here. The Age is still... There's extra duration left on it.
Invisibility.
But 2 minutes left. Doesn't seem like Wings are going to group up right away by any means.
So it looks like Clock's going to do Ags next. Pretty standard stuff.
Oh, Drow. Nice size Blink, Echo Slam, going to chain stun this, try and buy some time for the Shadow Fiend to rock up. You know, go for the TP out. Is the damage going to be there? Shadow Fiend barely gets the kill.
It worked. I thought he was going for the right clicks, but the raises did a ton of damage there. Clean them up. They go for 50 seconds left now for Drow. Still alive.
Oh, the swap back at Raze. Raze gets brought down, and they're just getting picked apart one by one, and with 2 dead, that's a lot of Medusas taken away by Drow being dead. This, well, any lane could be very exposed at this point. It looks like mid lane is where Wings are going to be grouping up. As 5, the creep wave is coming along soon. They preemptively weave for the high ground push, and Clockwork's going to have to be the one probably buying time with Cogs and Hookshot on the high ground for some of these respawns.
Oh, he's got the accuracy, so he's doing double counter. Swaps up very soon.
Shake it, Blink, stick it to Cogs, and they're going to push them back so good. Looks like that's going to be enough to repel this wave push.
Just fine, because they've got 12 seconds here for Drow.
Back
swap in 3, swap in 3.
And Shadow get anyone here, the Lincolns. They get some additional damage and force out the cliff there. And now they're going to go for another shot. They're trying to push him back using the Cogs. Bird is HP and mana. Although he's got Aegis. It will still focus that Shadow Fiend to try and get him off the high ground. So the T3 tower gets protected. It cost them a glyph, but buying time again. They didn't have a Drow, and they also had to fight into the Aegis, so...
This seems to be their base. They may just wait for Clockwork Vision and then go for something, but against Aegis it's so difficult. But at least Blink is about half HP right now. Doesn't yet have a ton of sustain.
We'll be regenning soon once that Aegis expires, about 10 seconds time. Maybe it's when they can theoretically jump next time. They've got the Dusa, but the 4-star backload base beyond got him the BKB, but SCC trying to slow down with that Scout. Shadow getting very low himself. There goes in the SF with a Requiem. That visible, but the Dusa on the front lane trying to hold the road, doing so pretty well. The control coming out from him, he won't catch the Shadow Fiend inside, but they'll blink out the Kaka once more. He wants the Shadow Fiend, can he get? He's going to get almost 3 shots into the Ghost Step to keep them alive. The 4-star up, and gets pulled back in. They're going to bring down Blink. U9 gets a double kill, the duration, the hook shot hits back up. Casey's got another. 4 down, Brood's the lone survivor. And what a hold.
The amount of time that Katie bought in that siege was insane. 2 dead heroes for 20 seconds, and he got them to hold it off.
Look at that Drow range of damage done. 6.5k damage done through the Aghanims and Maelstrom.
That's an item that is genuinely very undervalued by pro players, but it's times like these where going a carry Drow build can absolutely give you value.
Not only did KP get 3 hooks off, he actually did the second most damage in that team by 3 points.
Yeah.
He did more than half the damage of the Drow, and Drow did a lot.
I'm not surprised in the slightest. Hookshot's so good for just forcing. It made it so difficult for Wings to actually retreat. You know, every time they backed off Hookshot into power cogs, it's like 3 seconds of disable every single time. Well,
Newbee finding perhaps their second legs here, and that was the first real good team fight we've seen from them in some time. And they got a lot of tier 2 tower as a result. Still a lot of tier 2 towers up, so they won't be able to take out any of these shrines anytime soon. A lot of access points on the map available for the Wing squad still.
those shrines and base made a huge difference for Medusa as well, just because it gives her HP and that, which is more HP. She just sat there and fought it, and worked out just fine. A little surprised she went for 500 mana here versus 15 Agi. I know the 15 Agi definitely has a much higher win rate in pubs, but no, very different pro game here. It's 2 armor, 15 damage, 15 attack speed. I think he's made a small mistake here, but we'll see.
Any other big talents stand out to you as far as he's coming up or things that have been picked up?
Well, not particularly. Pretty standard stuff around. So there's really not that many levels so far.
The Brute's 25 coming up, but again, neither of those is going to be massively game-changing. The extra webs could be kind of nice.
It'll be interesting to see what he gets, but I'm not going to be too surprised either way. Venge 50 damage, very, very good skill, obviously, for carry heroes. You know, Venge carry doesn't get played that much, so it's still a little overbuffed. The 20% Venge is actually huge on Venge when she gets that. Since she does have a lot of Agi items, it'll really amp up her damage and really help Shadow Fiend as well, since he's building similar.
Yeah, this Venge is hitting hard and taking a lot of damage. 2.5k HP, SF, similar story. They're going for, looks like an Assault Chris queued up next.
Okay. I don't even know if that's the right choice. I feel like I want him to get something heavy hitter. Like even a Monkey King Bar or a Daedalus might be better, I feel.
Considering Brute's got a butterfly, they're killing that Brute. Medusa's got a butterfly.
Yeah, that's a great point. Another reason to
Hook shot in, it's going to be a light size. Going on a Rubik here of all heroes. Work out to unlock the Ghost Step, but now they're going to turn it around, focus their efforts on this Shaker. He will finish off the kill things to the grave. Well, I guess that works okay, but there's going to be a gem. Someone pick up that gem. Hello, Ogre comes in, and they'll recover the Rubik's gem.
I'm just not completely sold on the AC. It'll be very good team-wise, because they are very much about right-clicking and minus armor, but we'll see if it works out. I just don't see him going toe-to-toe with Medusa at some point. It's not going to happen.
It does feel like, again, they're just saying, like much like last game, it's all physical damage. Let's just tank up, get lots of stats, get lots of armor.
But it's not like that anymore. He's got Ags with Maelstrom, and now he's got a Monkey King Bar. He has 160 magic damage. Look at him just clear this creep wave. It's incredible.
Yeah, they're definitely on the same page as you as far as magic damage coming out of U9. You'll be happy to see. Perhaps one for Mental X. That's pretty queued up.
It's definitely worth it. Especially against Orchid stuff, too. It's a lot of damage output, really is.
Well, after that last fight, do you think that kind of evens things up, or is one team in a...
Yeah, game feels even to me. I feel like Newbee can get more control on the map. I feel Newbee is certainly falling off. His skills are not as good at these super late game scenarios. Part of the reason is late game win rate's kind of weak. And especially with Offer Fiend, as stupidly farmed as he is, he has control of this map now.
It does still feel like in a sense, like it's a big, not just even, but a stalemate. Like neither team can really push. The shrines for the high ground defense, just not to mention the buyback advantage when you're defending high ground as well. So it does feel like neither team can try and make any kind of a big push, but can do, I guess, is make these kind of smoke maneuvers.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times. Newbee keeps running into single heroes and they want to keep running.
I don't know how well this is going to work. Medusa gets spotted by a Radiant Observer Ward, and running this way by yourself with Medusa, very unlikely. Yeah, Rubik, his smoke gets popped, won't find anyone. Gets the high ground Observer Ward for some added vision.
They will get this other obs. It's something that they need to take care of. A couple on the map here for the Radiant team, and they're going to smoke in return.
Ooh.
I don't think they actually wanted to fight there.
KP was fishing with that hook shot. been a good catch if he got the Brood, but Roche's respawned nice and fast, and Wings will get moved off to perhaps put them in a position to get the Aegis and cheese this time around. KP popped in, Genius give this guy first and down, nice and fast, the fight was done, the last right click will bring it down. Stonegate can break down the Brood, they're playing Echo Slam, almost takes out Unite, they will in the end. Hyper is low, he's looking for another stun, he needs to control this Medusa, it's a lone problem left in the fight because the Drow buyback, this fight could turn back to his way. SCC is looking to focus on Shadow, not doing too much damage here. Here comes Drow with his Drow re-emergence. I think this is perhaps time for Wings to back off, but they want to hold their ground. Why is looking to cover the tree here? Another stun coming out, the Lincoln Sphere of Medusa still in good fighting shape, and SF is stuck on the high ground now, pulled back in. Don't see a good way out for him, and he will be brought down. 100 seconds on the sidelines. Drow had to buy back, but well worth it.
It was just amazing how hard it was for them to kill SEC. Not only does he just not take a lot of damage from minus armor, but he's also got a butterfly and that extra 10% of rage for him. He's got 25 life.
They can catch Roche with 3 heroes here? This does not seem wise. This looks like Brood almost melting into the active scepter. They get Karka at the end with the fissure here. They take out one. They really don't want to let Newbee get the Aegis this time around. They have no SF, no buyback.
Shadow spotting out the Ogre Magi as well. I think they can still keep this here.
Let's pull back to this. Right now it feels like, hook shot, KP wants in, and he's going to catch up to the Earthshake with the Shivers slow. He's going to stop casting any spells, and this should secure them the Roche. Another hook shot will be coming up in a couple of seconds, so KP will want more.
KP's just going crazy this game. All this
even last game in the Lox's Clockwork was perhaps the shining star of the Newbee squad.
I completely agree. Mjolnir on the way now for Drow Ranger. It's just going to get a little bit worse now for Wings. And the best part is she hasn't even bought a BKB yet, so if she does end up buying it in these late game scenarios, 10 seconds is an incredible amount of time. Like, the only reason that Wings won that first fight, Brood jumped directly on the Drow, did a ton of damage with the Bloodborne, and they committed an Echo Slam to kill her.
They may actually attempt to hydra again and put a cheese on Medusa, who will only get the HP, but refill your mana with it. Drow Ranger with an Aegis means you don't have to worry as much about the buyback status, but first,
Farm.
First farm. I was thinking they might go for the shrine spell. They've actually got a tier 2 tower still full HP at the top lane, so you cannot get those shrines in.
I think you just wait, give the Drow Ranger 600 gold, let her finish the Mjolnir. It'll be a huge difference in terms of amount of magic bounce damage. And then go take the next fight. As long as they don't get too clumped up on an Echo Slam, I think they certainly have an advantage. They also still have to be very mindful of Venge Swap. That's been really impactful in a lot of the fights.
And they are going to take that more systematic approach. Take out all the outer towers, probably take out the shrines before they attempt high ground. I mean, high ground is such a big difference going for high ground versus tier 2 tower when the new shrines are there for that high ground defense. And there's not really any incentive for Wings to try and defend into an Aegis cheese right now.
Maybe there's some way that they can try to keep the Drow Ranger killed twice to reduce the precision aura. That's maybe one big advantage they can get, but not considered too that the shrines are down too. The game's looking really even though I would say Newbee has an advantage right now.
Rock it on!
And we'll see how much they want to maybe go at that high ground with the slight advantage they have. It does feel like one lost fight going for a high ground push, and the game will just swing right back Wings' way, so.
Yeah, really can.
MKB now queued up by the S. It feels like, yeah, this AC pickup, you kind of mentioned it, may have been the wrong decision, considering how survivable SCC was in that last fight, and MKB made a world of difference.
In a lot of ways, I think the BKB on the SF was also a mistake. Hurricane Pike, Shadow Blade, and BKB, that's like 3 semi-utility items, and at that point you're not hitting very hard, and you have to be concerned about that against Medusa, and especially against the Drow Ranger. That goes damage, because she will out-DPS you, and that's what was happening in the last couple of fights. Shadowfiend's fighting, but he just wasn't doing that much. He's survivable, but you have to kill your opponents at some point.
And the crazy thing now with this level 25 Dusa, you're even tankier because of that 25% lifesteal.
That's a lot of lifesteal.
No joke. Drow Ranger about to hit that level 25.
It's basically a free 25% lifesteal on Medusa. That's some of those perks, man. It's like playing Lone Druid.
You're a fan of the agility on the Drow Ranger at level 25 or the knockback?
It definitely has the higher win rate. Pugs. Especially you got to remember it also gives more damage to his allies because of precision aura. And if your enemies get close, you lose half of it, but I think that's better than the Gust knockback in this case. Although against the Brood Mother could be fantastic if Brood's BKB is down.
Find out in a a little bit what that's going to be. Clockwork is level 25, could come up. The battery assault duration is what I'm looking at there. He's got a lot of HP as it is, but like almost perma battery assault could be pretty damn nice.
Yeah, it could be good. I think I'd prefer health here, personally, but
Courage.
yeah, well, some people play
Winning
games with
games.
more than 900 HP.
Yeah.
Sometimes damage items aren't the best choice.
No. So it looks like even with HG, Newbee have their heart set on continuing to farm, getting those level 25 talents, getting those next couple of items, and waiting for Wings to make a move. It's still that big stalemate where neither team can truly push up their opponent's team's high ground. No one has a big enough advantage to try and make any kind of forceful moves.
I mean, Newbee's going to want to take a fight on even ground against Wings. Wings is going to want to take an advantageous fight, I feel. They're just so tough for them to grab the Deuce kill, especially against Cheese. They don't want to do it against until Aegis is gone as well. But it's just becoming more and more fun for Newbee here.
And I think they're recognizing some of these heroes, specifically the Brood, are just not going to scale all too well. The Venge is... how do you rate Venge as far as like this game going 60, 70 minutes and Venge's ability to itemize it and be played in that kind of late game scenario?
She's certainly not the best late game carry, especially. She's got a couple utility items, so I think she's made decent choices though. MKB's the next pickup, I believe. I'm not seeing it on the courier though, so I'm a little... Did we have a buyback? I thought she would have more farm.
She did buy back at the Roche fight.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
that's right.
Right after. Good game for a Rubik as far as spells to steal, and we're talking Aghanim Scepter Rubik soon if he wants to spend his money on it.
Yeah, it'd be good.
The Requiem or like a bench swap could.
Or you could just use it to break Lincoln's and then wait 2 seconds and cast an actual spell. Like,
None of the Brood spells, don't be using it around him.
spawn web. Spin web.
You lose. I guess you lose the webs once you get a new spell, or
I believe so. Yeah. That'd be way too good. The Brood also kind of having the same issue as the Shadow Fiend slightly. A lot of mid-tier items ends up being a big downer around the 40 to 50 mark versus somebody that buys expensive items like Medusa or the Draw Ranger here. So we've got a sell here on Medusa. Looks like she sold the Dragon Lance. Not gonna go for the upgrade, but that's fine. Oh, she made a huge mistake just now.
the double boots travel file.
And she sold one of them.
Yeah, I guess at that point you have to probably looking for like the level 2 travels and accidentally bought a second pair of travels.
It's possible, I suppose. It got... She had one in her backpack, and then she had one delivered by the courier, so... Ugh, that's a lot of lost gold. 1,200, I believe.
Yep.
10 more creeps, right?
That's the thing, at Newbee 1, they know Wings are only going to come to them like by some kind of like sneaky 5-man smoke maneuver. They're not going to just try and run at them and try to push a building, so...
Maybe she didn't sell Dragon Lance. I'm not sure what she sold the first one, but... Yeah. Maybe phase boots or something.
Yeah, she used to have the... But I saw the double boots of travel.
I think she sold phase boots and double boots of travel.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Something like that. Or maybe it was Blades of Attack. I'm not sure. Either way, still, 1,200 gold absolutely can make an impact, so it could be a buyback here or there. She already does have Moon Shard, so she's just about maxed out to replace her cheese. I guess she could replace her, like, she's still got so much farm to go, really.
Your hook shots and that's just like, I'm like, where am I missing?
He's just bored, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a Brood in the trees.
This is where you get the late game Octarine Core on your Clockwork.
Is that the build?
I don't know. I like Octarine Core. You've got 4 spells as well as a couple different items that get the reduced cooldown.
Midas reduce cooldown?
Less of
I mean, he might as well buy something really beefy. I've been saying that all game. He's gone very, very conservative, but at this stage, he's so safe.
items.
Really?
I don't know. When you say really beefy, what do you mean by?
I mean something like weird that you never see on Clockwork, like Hex or Mjolnir or Radiance or something like that.
Hex could actually be a good way to gank some of the BKB carries, like the SF, the Brood. If you want to try and initiate on them and you get a hook shot, you can have a Hex to follow it up perhaps.
With that said, I feel like they don't need instant disable too much. I mean, obviously the BKBs are a huge threat, but I feel like that's not really how the fights are going. And plus with Ags, you already have a 12-second BKB piercing stun. So do you really need a Hex too bad on clock? It can be fantastic in some situations, but these guys are so tanky that even if you disable them pre-BKB, killing them before their allies force or swap them is tough. So I think he just goes something more utility-based. Not sure what, though.
Find out due time, perhaps, if this game continues to extend into the late game, as it does feel it will. Moment to breathe here as players look to resolve some of their issues, and see, God, the players just sweating in their chairs. These guys are...
It's an intense game. I mean, it's still... I mean, it looks like Newbee has an advantage here, but it still absolutely comes down to how the team fights are executed.
See the commands being laid down by the Newbee side about how they want to approach this game, perhaps. And strategically, is there much, like, for Newbee, like, right now they're no longer playing with the Aegis and Cheese. Is Roche going to be a big deciding thing as far as, like, we get an Aegis, then we can try and push, or are they looking to make some other kind of a play?
Yeah, I feel like it puts them into this insane powerful position because of the fact that their heroes have a great mix of damage and tankiness, whereas Wings is mostly utility and tank. They don't have enough damage to offset it. So if you're only having like large amounts of damage but not extreme, then having to kill somebody twice or then popping a cheese during the fight is like fight losing for sure. So I think that's definitely going to be the big aspect here. Wings has to make sure that Newbee doesn't get the Roche, or they punish them heavily while doing it.
And the nice thing with the backpack is you can like put your boots or something in your backpack and still have the Aegis or Cheese even when you're kind of 6-slotted. Someone like SCC can just replace as needed when he respawns. But looks like we'll perhaps be getting ourselves back underway soon. The headsets, well, some of them coming back at all.
Drow did go for the Gust knockback, by the way. Interesting choice.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a terrible choice. I mean, he's not all about agi this game. It's really about the Ags effects. So
it's like added utility over added damage at this point.
Yeah, and going into super late stages of the game, pushing somebody almost a 4-step away from you could easily be better.
Yeah. I mean, at a certain point, it's like whether you do like 500 damage or 530 damage, it's like...
Yeah, does it really matter? Although, I would say that if somebody jumps on him and he only wants to silence them, it's now bad, because it's like a genuinely 4-stepping them away from you.
Yep.
It's got lots of solutions for that Hurricane Pike and the Gust now, so... I would like to... It looks like Brood is queuing up a Abyssal Blade. I think this is a great choice. Maybe what he should have built instead of the Bloodthorn, perhaps, just because Echo Saber plus Abyssal, great option.
Doesn't feel like he's gotten much value out of the Bloodthorn so far this game.
Yeah, it worked that one time against the Drow Ranger. That was a great fight, but super late game situations... I mean, they do need it against Medusa, I suppose. It could be their evasion solution, but they all still have to go through Lincoln Sphere, and... I mean, he's got the cooldown perk. 20% cooldown reduction puts us at 8.8 seconds. That's a really good timing for an item. That's like a skill in terms of downtime.
Affecting his BKB as well. So.
And his Echo Saber, dude. 4-second cooldown Echo Saber.
Pretty nice. Now he's going for, yeah, 4 active items here. Well, 5 actually, when I said phase boost.
Yeah, that'll make the difference, the phase.
That's 6.4 second cooldown phase boost.
He did go for 8 max webs, by the way.
Yeah.
Nobody noticed the infestation on the map.
Yeah, this map is covered.
It's a pretty nice advantage to have, really. I mean, because he could hypothetically run around there against Newbee, break smokes, blink away, possibly escape. I feel like we haven't seen Newbee feel very comfortable getting close to the racks, and for that reason, while the Brood hasn't been very useful, at the least they don't get to do easy siege stuff. The Venge prevents that, as does the webs here, I think.
And well, a big thanks to the amazing Malaysian crowd we've had out here at ESL 1 Genting. You guys have been very patient throughout these 3 days as well. We've got to witness some amazing Dota. I believe we're going to take a look at some of the replays from the previous fight to see what went down, to kind of recap. This is the Venge one, so walk us through what kind of went wrong here for Newbee.
The fissure separating the heroes on the right was great. The Drow Ranger as well from the low ground having a lot of trouble killing him. There's clearly tons of misses there, and then the swap out with Kaka and that Echo Slam. Just beautiful.
I mean, the headset didn't even get too close to anyone for the Requiem, but managed just to hit at least enough and was in a position where he could just get the right-click damage out. It's one of the few fights, or at least this was quite some time ago, where Newbee were really put on the back foot and split apart.
And it all came down to the fact that Venge, the person they initiated on, and used all their skills. They even missed the hook shot. Initiating that was definitely very impactful as well, because it took way too long for them to actually blow up the Venge.
Yeah.
This fight was crazy.
Yeah, this was the high ground push. This is where, I mean, I gotta go back to KP. He was so good on this clockwork, constant hook shots. He got 3-4 hook shots off on this high ground defense. He bought time. The big thing was at the start of this fight, Drow Ranger was dead, so they had to buy time, but buy time they did, and Wings perhaps diving in a bit too deep in hindsight, would you say, or?
Yeah, I mean, the Dusa looked really low. Her mana was a little bit lower than 30% or so. Her HP was low, but once she grabbed that shrine, that probably gave her a good 1,000, 1,500 HP survivability once you do the math. It was really impactful. They weren't able to kill her, and she turned things around.
And that's still, there must be something where players and teams just still haven't fully adjusted and respecting the power of those shrines.
Especially for Medusa. It's maybe the best hero in the game for shrine abuse, for defensive situations. She's not very mobile. She can definitely punish you if you overextend. And just extra value. I really do feel the Mana Shield has been instrumental against this lineup. It hasn't felt like a max minus armor game. It really hasn't.
From both sides, we're kind of getting far enough back in the late game that everyone is just very survivable, has the stats. We saw it earlier with Avenge. Since that point, I mean, is it just that Newbee have kind of caught up in terms of items? Do you feel that the fights are swinging back more their way? Or have they actually approached the fights differently from then?
I think it's genuinely just itemization advantage, honestly. The Drow going for Maelstrom as well as Ags made a big impact. Her damage output has been great. Medusa's been entirely focused on tankiness, which initially I criticized, but once Drow covered that base, tankiness was the way to go. And then on the Radiant side, they kept investing in minus armor, but again, the way that Mana Shield works is it just takes that damage off the top, even before you get to amplify it by all the minus armor. It makes it so much less valuable. So all of these like tanky hybrid damage builds that they went on Wings' side, it probably should have just been hard damage, or maybe even something a little bit more cheesy that could drain mana or deal with the Dusa better.
The Axe on Drow really feels like the turning point in some ways.
Yeah,
that was,
absolutely.
Until that Axe came up, the first fight after that was suddenly won by Newbee with a massive amount, like the 6.5k damage of that Drow Ranger. The clockwork hitting multiple hook shots, so...
I feel like it's just such a scary item to get for a lot of pro players because they think, if I just get a BKB and we win team fights, we win the game, right? But if you buy Ags, then you're vulnerable to pretty much everything. You're vulnerable to Orchid, you're vulnerable to gap closers, you're vulnerable to swap. Like, there's just not a lot of good solutions if you get put in a bad spot, but the damage output increase and the way that it opens your itemization to be more effective is just incredible. It's already giving you double damage essentially, because I believe the split hits do 50% or something of your initial attack, so you're getting double damage already, even though it's splitting. And then you get multiple orb effects, so it's like those items are becoming better. It's a damage accelerant. And whenever I see it picked up, it's really incredible how much damage it does.
Yeah. This Drow probably needs to become like the #1 priority for focus in these fights, or I mean, Medusa, you kind of have to ignore it to some extent with how tanky she is. But
I would actually agree, yeah, because she's also amplifying what Dusa does, and Dusa did go very tank heavy, so kill her at the start. That could be a great way to start the fight. Especially, she doesn't have BOTs just yet. She's got them queued up, but if she has to buy back and try to come back in the fight, she won't be able to get there instantly, so killing the Drow could be great. But Clockwork's been making so much space this game. It's very difficult for Wings to actually get to where they need to and actually blow up the Drow Ranger.
Looks like we will be getting ourselves back in soon. Kaka has reconnected, so perhaps...
Fingers crossed.
So Newbee, they are in position here around the Roshan pit, which won't be respawning for some time, but they do have a double damage rune right by them waiting, so perhaps looking to make some kind of a play happen.
Oh, they're going to give it a shot.
All right.
Fingers crossed.
We'll get things back underway. Here we go, Malaysia. It's game 3, 50 minutes in. Things very even between these two top Chinese Dota 2 squads.
Damage redoubled.
For those of us joining us from
And do welcome back everyone here in the live audience, as we'll see, as well as those of you watching online on Twitch TV, but it is Wings slightly on the back foot. They lost a lot of that control now, losing all their tier 2 towers and shrines, and Newbee are the ones who have won these last couple of team fights to put themselves back in this game, ahead overall on net worth, and looking to perhaps set themselves up to take this next Roshan and even go for a smoke maneuver here. I think I'd really like to see we start doing a bit more is using spiderlings to scout. I feel like that's something like Ice is someone who I always think of when he uses summons really well in the late game just for vision and information. It doesn't matter if you feed them spiderling, you scout heroes. Great.
You can even do some patrol stuff as well if you're trying to spot for smokes.
He's got a couple of them around the Roshan pit.
He literally read mine. Or he speaks English, I'm pretty sure. And he's not wearing his... Oh,
they got the catch. It's going to be quick away.
Did you see that?
Oh, the spiderling on the cliff.
Yeah. He clipped himself. He actually can't get down with that force.
There's one of the Drow's got the Hurricane Punch.
Is that the only one? Or he could just...
He could hook a teammate.
His allies are really good at dookie, man.
He blinks out. Swing, better.
They're gonna try to pursue this.
They want to contest that roast, like you said. You feel like they have to contest this one, and Wings really agree.
I mean, the weave is huge.
Rubik, the lift immediately from the Rubik. He may get himself out of this one. No chance with that. They lose the gem in the process. The Brigade. This one they swapping KP. That blink out. KP back to safety. Things reset. Rubik does not have a buyback. That's a big team fight, friend. That's being missed considering the amount of items on this Rubik.
A bit of a gem. So he wasn't reacting. He does actually have a gem, but
he got an immediate blink. He didn't blink away. Now the hook shot. Okay, blink on the right side of the fissure. Well, the left side, but it ended up being the right one to be on to save his life. As Ice was also there for a defensive maneuvers if needed.
Cool build here. Ben's picking up the lance. You may think this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, but based on his base damage and his agi, he's got a lot of agi. So just standing near heroes, Ben is going to be, especially at level 25, giving 60% damage amp to his team.
Are you worried that it's being picked up on a core hero that's meant to scale more towards the late game?
I'm not super concerned on it, to be honest, because who else is going to be in the battle that close that has item slots? Ben's has gone so many expensive items already, but she's got the space for this. I think this is okay. I maybe would like to, if she's going to go Mjolnir next, she needed another damage item. That'll be a great when her attack speed's fantastic.
And a big shout out to Malaysia. We're currently broadcasting live on Malaysia's NTV7 and on Malaysia's first and largest homegrown streaming service, Tonton. Esports history being made for us.
Here we are doing it.
Let's not fuck up. Newbee. Again, posturing around the Roshan pit is now respawned.
They're looking for the swap.
Oh, Blinken eyesight, what are you thinking here? He drops it back into the BKB on the Medusa. Trying to get him in the zone gates. The top pushes the SM back. He walks in front of the SM. He's trying to get him over to the zone gates. He can't. Grave onto the Urchin and keeps him alive. Medusa to keep Blink alive. He tries to fight for the high ground. Doesn't make it. As he tries to now reset the fight, and Philip caught in the front line, turns around with the BKB side up. Up SCC. SCC has a cheese still. I don't think he's targeting U9. Nagging on Blink. Echo he immediately pays off with his life. So U9 on the back foot. He's dead. With 5 actions to use the runaway. SM lifted up. His target on the Medusa break. Turn and fight. SM got damage. He can before he dies. Rubik steals the Requiem, unleashes it, and takes down a couple more of the Wings unit.
Buybacks all over the place.
Okay. Roche still standing as well. Both teams will be eyeing that one off. Medusa goes in the pit. He does have buyback.
That's the prize they won, and that's why they're gambling on this. If there is a dieback here by Drow Ranger, it is going to be an Aegis towards the Radiant team, but it looks like Wings is feeling less comfortable with this than Newbee is.
Another hook shot at 10 feet. He wants in. Goes the Cogs. He's actually out of mana at this point, so a lot more limited what he can do if this fight continues to draw out. He's going to go on the shake. He's going to go step to KP. Maybe making the call to retreat here. Just 50 mana, no more hook shots at his disposal. No shrines, no nothing to...
The fights have been so long that he's just completely dead. He's got no more mana left. So, at least for a period of time, this could be a bit of an advantage going towards them, because everybody else on Wings is pretty healthy. But will they know that they're doing this? The spiders are scouting.
The SF buyback putting on cooldown, perhaps the big deterring factor as far as making too many aggressive plays, but they still don't want to give this Roche up for free. KP's still far away. He's had his tier 3 tower, needs to get in time. Looks just some neutrals to get him faster. He is doing whatever he can to make sure he rejoins this team. He needs to be the one initiating any kind of a fight for Newbee.
I really feel the Champion's doing decent damage now. The Monkey King Bar is making a big difference in these fights. And even the Medusa, she's throwing out tons of attacks, but her damage is absolutely not good at
Strike with
Yeah,
flair.
still got that Dragonlance, which you're going to imagine is going to be replaced.
I think it's honestly right. Oh,
Fine,
Good grab.
The push back from the cog. Shadow is the target here. He has to look to come protection from KP. Slowing everyone down to the gun, but now he's in a tough position. He has another hook shot in a couple of seconds. Maybe
They need to
throw a KP stunned up. Off to the north, so that's all for the fight. Another hook shot. KP! Strike two. The push will not be there in time to catch the SF. And Shadow's popping it back to safety. And now the other wings here is completely alone. And it's Faith Beyond on the Brood going down dead for 2 minutes, but does have buyback.
The Stone Gaze goes through, and all of a sudden the amplified damage shreds him. And the fight looked kind of iffy for Newbee there, but by hookshotting, not only did KP disable Heroes, but he got himself out of that position. And if they can kill the Roche here and grab the Aegis, it should be great, but Venge will get here soon.
Here they go. Drow is very low in HP. She needs to pick up the Aegis, but then she gets time. The hook shot trying to buy some time. KP. Once this Drow get the Aegis, she's going to die. Rose runs like, oh my, she's down to Rose! What is going on with this Drow? He put out there. He doesn't have buyback. He's going to force to die. The Brood is on the Medusa. Oh, KP. She's down. Buyback immediately. The Dolphin Requiem comes out, but it's not going to be enough to turn this run around. Dazzle buys back. Wings, they smell blood. They want to push forward. Multiple buybacks from both sides, 3 being used by the Newbie side. And look at Roche, it's so low on HP. Can anyone get in here in time for the Atheon? He's got the web. Pushing forward, SCC gets Aegis and Cheese.
What the hell? Are they going to punish her?
Can they go in? They know there's no ranger for this one.
They want to, but they're too far away.
Shadow's charging forward, he's got a swap.
Oh man, that was insane. I mean, if Drow does not have standard items, she's actually not that survival. 13 armor base right now. Roche is strong late game, and she did not kill him fast.
Well, I think Wings recognize that they're in a position that even with Aegis and Cheese on that dire side, they could push forward. No Drow Ranger, that's a lot of Medusa's damage, and fighting into the Brood is tough for the Medusa because of that 60% chance.
And she's like, not care about them.
He's going to look to in place here. My side is good, but not great. He's now deep in enemy territory. The pace is on his life. It's not the shade that keeps him alive a little bit longer. Eyesight hoping for a pram, and he's not going to get another hook shot from KP. Will lock him in place with the Medusa. On the front line, Mages help turns. BKB tries to fight the Brood Mother here. KP, he keeps throwing these hook shots. He's going to look for another in a couple of seconds. Oh, and it's a he'll pay for it with his life. He goes down. Another hook shot. KP trying to lock these heroes in place. The Venge will be back into this fight in a second. Maybe look for KP here.
3 seconds.
SF is very low though.
They want to
shot
punish.
KP. Big hook catches SF fights the right. He's got no buyback. 2 minutes dead. Shadow's going to come out of there. He backs off, but it's going to be a re-engagement face beyond. He's in the middle of this one. That's not a spot you want to be, mate. He's down. The smoke from Newbee, they're chasing after Why. It's just the Dazzle, but they'll take it. That's another dieback. That's 3 heroes dead without buyback on the Radiant side. Newbee have their Drow Ranger back alive. The boots to travel into the top lane. Newbee, they think they can end this game.
The Brood there kind of sacrificing himself almost for nothing. If you would kill Clock, that was a dieback. They might not have pushed, but now they're going high ground.
As they've got the time to end this game, there's just an Earthshaker and a Vengeful Spirit. It doesn't feel like Wings can defend this one. They're going for the racks, not the throne.
First racks of the game, almost 60 minutes in. The winner of this going to the grand finals. It is so tense, and these heroes are slow without their
Chase their mind, they're going for the throne first. They want to end this game. They know there's very little these heroes can do. Shaking gets pulled out. He's still got no echo time for 5 seconds. Push once, twice, thrice. He just keeps getting pushed around. KP again. The benefit is over. Newbee in the grand final.
What insane play from Newbee in that game, man. Their itemization was exactly what they needed in some deep fight wins, and Wings just could not catch up in time. Amazing series.
So
DC has consistently gotten the number of Newbee a lot of times. It's a different patch. It's a different world. But at the same time, DC's got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, boys. I don't know. They can do high ground defense really well. Newbee, we saw it. But DC knows how to do crazy stuff. And we've seen it too.
I mean, Newbee already got shook by a surprising strategy by Wings in that game too, right? And DC can do the exact same thing that Wings can.
Yeah,
So-
they've also got the Meepo in there as well.
Yeah, they have these threats, these specific hero threats. Kind of reminds me of like maybe OG in the Frankfurt Major, kind of similar, where there's these specific hero threats that are going to be tough to deal with. Like even from a support position, right? They showed this Leshrac, and this Leshrac is a really powerful forward position that you have to kind of keep your mind on because he's unusual. The amount of damage he outputs, the amount of tower pushing he does, it's something that you always kind of have to keep in the back of your mind. There's a lot of picks like that for DC.
Yeah, Pudge was another one. Misery picking out the Pudge after playing it like, I don't know, twice in about 3 years or something. Suddenly decided that from 10 years ago he decided he really liked playing Pudge and he'd bring that one back.
It was such a good Pudge too.
It was a good
So
Pudge.
good.
It was a really good Pudge. Thank you very much, all three of you. We are headed off to a break right now, but thanks you to Sir Action Slacks for joining us as well. It has been a fantastic 3 days of Dota 2, but it's not over yet. The grand final is still to come. It has been decided now. We are down to just 2. It's Newbee or Digital Chaos. We'll see you soon.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code!
2 big shots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX! Has to keep Brutus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. He's looking for a look. He's gonna get it. It's a headshot again. Oh my god.
Welcome to the ESL 1 Genting 2017 Grand Finals. That's right, and a big shout out to Malaysia. We're currently broadcasting live on Malaysia's NTV7 and on Malaysia's first and largest homegrown streaming service, Tonton. Welcome to all of our viewers, and welcome to the panel as well. We're going to have a fantastic grand final ahead. It's already set. Newbee, of course, versus DC. We're going to let the players have a little bit of a break after their semi-final. I think they need it after that as well. And instead, we're going to give you some recaps from days 1 through to 3 and some extra content that you haven't seen just yet. Welcoming back onto the panel, we have Purge with us, we have Malini, and we have Sir Action Slacks with us.
Whew, man, I am so excited. Paul, this has been a dream come true. I never thought I'd make it on a panel before you died. So, I mean, this is... We barely made it, but...
And it's begun already.
That's right.
It's begun already.
We're locked on a panel with Slacks. Help us, please.
Yeah, please, help us out.
Oh, come on.
No,
Everyone
seriously,
in here
no,
is
it's good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, you've been fantastic with these last couple of years. We've been working with you, and I've seen the meteoric rise from little-known reporter to meme creator.
Before that, he was a driver for the players.
Actually was, yeah,
That's
driver.
true.
Sorry, I missed that first step as well. It's an important first step for anyone that wants to have, you know, an entry into esports. Important entry, gets you in, and I've seen your career flourish.
Thank you.
And I'm just a little bit worried that maybe my job's under threat.
No, Paul. I could never replace you, literally,
Really?
because I don't have enough diction for it. But it's good. It's good to have a rising career. The other two panelists on my, you know, they used to be pro players. But I feel pretty good. I mean, I'm happy where I'm at. Thank you for having me on the panel for the first and probably last time. Thank you.
Did you just call me a pro player?
Excuse me?
Did you just call me a pro
I
player?
think he might have done.
Ex-pro player.
I saw a mild
That's actually a
smile from
compliment
Burge there.
compared to usual, so thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Purge.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, well, we're going to get into this. We're going to give you a preview and a review, as it were, from the previous 3 days, especially for our new viewers here in Malaysia as well. We're going to go all the way back to day 1. We'll take a look at the bracket and show you exactly what panned out on day 1. The majority of it was about best of ones, and who doesn't like a good best of one? Virtus Pro, Fnatic, they went head-to-head. Fnatic, of course, with a new lineup here, just announced days before they came, went down to Virtus Pro. Newbee taking down Team NP initially as well. And then in Group B, Digital Chaos winning against Excreation. And the local boys, WG Unity, actually putting up a very good fight against Wings Gaming, but did ultimately go down. The first 2 qualifiers from that first day, Newbee winning 2-1 over Virtus Pro, seems an awfully long time ago now. And DC, more impressively perhaps, coming back from a game down that they lost with the Meepo.
Yeah, it was a little surprising, but I think the real story of that first day was really, the keyword was best of the best of ones. It was very stompy, people adjusting to the new meta. The new patch just came out a couple weeks ago. The teams haven't been playing that many tournaments, and just because they come into a tournament, it doesn't mean they're necessarily completely in tune with what the game should be played like, ideally. So the first day was very stompy, a lot of games that were just one-sided. I think the one team that seemed like they had a firm grasp on the meta from the start was Newbee, though. And I think that might be one really big thing that they have going for them towards the finals.
Well, yeah, Newbee are insane anyway. I mean, literally no one knew how to play Dota when this tournament started. As you said, it's 7.0. I mean, those were old times, but Newbee, I don't think they know how to play normal Dota anyway. So, yeah, they were right up their alley, right, buddy?
Yeah, they play the most games on this patch, and they definitely seem prepared. Day 1 was the least strange of all the days. It seemed like just short transition from the prior patch, whereas today it's like way different. Same with yesterday.
Yeah, it's so fun, isn't it, watching the meta evolve over just even 3 days in a tournament.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing about going to tournaments easily. Watch all the games because of casting or paneling, and you just see the developments. Even that last game, the drafting has become more serious. They have very clear openers. You're going to expect Drow Rangers in the first opening from Newbee in some cases. They're not necessarily picking the same heroes they did at the start of the tournament either. The ones that they feel more comfortable with are going to be there. So I think the meta's making more sense, at least to me right now. I feel like I know what to expect in most cases, but they'll always be throwing in some curveballs.
Yeah, I think that as it evolves, it will just get more interesting as it goes along as well. The other interesting thing from day 1, I think you brought this up actually during day 1, wasn't just the stomps. It was either a stomp or it was a 15-minute even match, and then one team snowballed.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure what that was. Maybe just
nerves,
team synergy.
Just waiting to see how things panned out, playing it a little bit cagey.
I think it's mostly like draft related, right? Like your drafts didn't come together cohesively like they thought they would. They thought, whatever, this will work fine, but then they showed the hard truth. It's not going to work. That was bad picks.
Yeah.
They didn't fit together. You lose at 15.
What was your favorite thing on the first day? What did you get up to mischief-wise?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Was it fog-related videos?
We did. Actually, that guy that turned into you, he works for me now. He's great. He's my publicist. Yeah.
I own the rights to my face, though, so like even if he...
I'm not sure you do. There was a guy in the crowd earlier who looked much like you with a beard.
Oh, yeah. Your ex-brother. But no, my favorite part of that whole thing was kind of just seeing the power of those new trees, because I don't really read patch notes. I have no idea what's happening in the game. So my experience at tournaments is seeing Dota played for the first time correctly. So those trees, man,
and
they were
yet
hot.
Still, you go home and refuse to do it the right way.
Well, of course, because your way
It's
is
okay,
the right
Purge.
way.
Calm down. Control yourself.
Anyway, could you believe how good WG Unity was? I mean, a lot of people underestimate that team, but they came out fighting, dude.
I actually had higher expectations for them at the Boston Major
Oh, okay.
after I saw them. Dude, they were very, very impressive. They were on the slightly weaker side of the bracket, but I expect them to go a little bit further because of that.
Oh, okay.
I feel like they went a little too crazy though. They had some, especially like oh no, that was Excreation going to Rubik, but still, their draft was. It was okay. It was very strong, but Excreation clearly played better. And I think considering that you come off a top 8 performance at Boston for that much money, and then you fall down that rapidly, it was definitely surprising. They should have been more consistent.
Yeah, definitely good in qualifying as well. We're going to move on to day 2 and show you the bracket for day 2. Day 2 was our focus for the elimination matches. The teams that lost their opening best of ones were in action first up, and they moved through to the teams that dropped down from the winners bracket final. That meant Team MP were able to show us some skills at last as they took down Fnatic by 2-0. Very disappointing for Fnatic, of course, with a new lineup though, and plenty to look forward to in the future. Group B, lower bracket, WG Unity going out having won just a single game here on home soil against their arch rivals from the Philippines, Excreation making their way through, who were dealt with very swiftly by Wings Gaming. The other bracket, Virtus Pro coming through 2-0. So in the end, we've ended up with the 2 finalists being the 2 top teams from both groups. Not always the way it happens.
It's not too surprising, I guess. I mean, I would say the top 4 teams were definitely very close to each other, but yeah, at the end of the day, DC just stomped their opponents, made VP look kind of bad, and that's kind of been the case of a couple of the matchups. You have some faith in a team, and then they go into a best of 3 and they get out-drafted, or various other issues that come up. I mean, there's only so many games that you can win.
Absolutely.
It's easy to look bad.
Excreation obviously winning over WG. Good match for them, but then getting beasted by Wings in the end wasn't quite what they had in mind.
Outdrafted a decent amount, I would say, but they concentrated